Chapter 1387. Brother Zhu 1. I don't think there's any need to waste your breath on them. The first White Tiger meet, organized by the White Tiger Empire, is about to begin. This is a bigger and more influential event than the previous 5 Immortals meet. A dragon and tiger selection will be held in the Imperial City. I reckon Qingshu College's disciples will be there too. It's a waste of time for these trash to go. In my opinion, we should kill all of them to prevent them from being an eyesore and embarrassing our divine Phoenix continent. After all, Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will send experts over to inspect. Sword Devil was a murderous person. Most of the Qingshu College's disciples had no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill all of them because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, the 5 Immortal Islands were the 5 strongest forces. The Divine Phoenix Empire and the current Celestial Empire belong to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The previous 5 Immortals meet was a competition between the 5 islands' geniuses. Each island would select outstanding geniuses from their respective subordinate forces to participate in the competition. However, the situation was different for the White Tiger meet this time. The 5 Immortal Islands would be treated as a force to fight against the White Tiger continent's forces. The White Tiger continent had 4 great empires and 1 great sect. They would all send their geniuses to participate in the White Tiger meet. Because of this, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time was about the same scale as the previous 5 Immortals meet. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix selection was held in the Divine Phoenix Empire was mainly because the 5 Immortal Islands' island masters felt that this place was bigger and more suitable to hold such a grand event. Although they usually did things their own way and fought endlessly, before the start of the White Tiger Storm meet this time, they were united. After all, they were now representing the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. They were going to fight against the White Tiger continent's 4 empires and 1 sect. As for what would happen after the White Tiger meet, they wouldn't think about it for now. It didn't matter if they were enemies or reconciled. The reason why Sword Devil wanted to kill all the Qingshu College's disciples was that according to past practice, Qingshu College had the right to select 6 people to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Phoenix Academy, on the other hand, had 12 places, which was exactly twice as many as Qingshu College. However, Sword Demon still felt that the trash from Qingshu College were not qualified to have 6 spots. If he killed them all, the 6 spots would belong to the Phoenix Academy. His thoughts were cruel and direct. Ing Tianxia frowned. He really didn't like Sword Demon's character of casually killing people, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Although Zhuan also felt that Sword Demon was too cruel, the death of a Qingshu College student had nothing to do with him. He couldn't wait for Qingshu College to be destroyed. With me here, don't even think about getting your way. Shangguan Hong stood there without retreating. Even though the Sword Demon's aura was getting stronger and stronger, Shangguan Hong still persisted in his martial path and refused to retreat. Kill! The Sword Demon suddenly flew down from the statue, and a sword light crazily pierced towards Shangguan Hong on the ground. Rainbow God Arrow. The moment Shangguan Hong made her move, it was her ultimate move. After the battle with Ling Xiao, although he lost one of his arms, his strength had increased. The sword and the arrow met in the air, and there was a shocking sound. Shangguan Hong's body involuntarily retreated. He rolled over a dozen times, but he couldn't stop. Too powerful. Shangguan Hong was horrified to find that he couldn't even block one of the Sword Demon's moves. And this was under the condition that his strength had increased. The Sword Demon stood there and didn't pursue him. In fact, he was also a little surprised. Shangguan Hong blocked his attack. Although he didn't retreat, he had to use his inner strength to counteract the invading force in his body. He couldn't chase after Shangguan Hong in time. Shangguan Hong, I have underestimated you, but you will die in 3 moves. Do you want to continue? The Sword Demon asked coldly. I will die without regrets. Shangguan Hong finally stopped, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. This collision made him realize the huge gap between him and a martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. But he didn't run away like before. He planned to face it bravely. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a bang. Okay, I will fulfill your wish. The Sword Demon's body flashed, and the black sword pierced Shangguan Hong's throat like a venomous snake. Seven-colored phoenix. Shangguan Hong shouted and faced the challenge head-on. The giant seven-colored phoenix met the sword demon. The sword demon smiled coldly. In his opinion, Shangguan Hong's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock. He was stubbornly resisting. The rest of the disciples and teachers of Qingshu College lowered their heads because they didn't dare to watch this tragic scene. Just now, he had seen his companion die in battle with his own eyes. Could it be that he was going to see the same miserable scene this time? Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the sky. A man stepped on the air and landed on the sword demon's sword chi. The seven-colored phoenix and this man's violent punch forced the arrogant sword demon back a few steps. He stood there angrily and looked at the man. "Who are you?" "Long Chun, Ling Zhao's junior brother." The man was Long Chun. Long Chun had just broken through to the second Grotto Heaven realm. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation, but just as he was about to go into seclusion again, he sensed that someone was causing trouble outside. "Shangguan Hong, are you okay?" Long Chun asked without turning his head. "I won't die, but this guy is very strong. I can't fight him alone." Shangguan Hong's face lit up. Although Long Chun wasn't a match for the sword demon, at least the two of them wouldn't be easily defeated by the sword demon if they worked together. "It's good that you won't die." Long Chun turned around and looked at the rest of the Qingshu College disciples and teachers. He had a look of contempt on his face. "People say that you are trash, and you really are trash. He wants to kill you, but you don't even dare to fight back. Are you all the reincarnations of bastards?" His words were harsh, but no one dared to refute him. They were afraid of the sword demon. They were so afraid that they didn't even dare to fight back. In fact, if they didn't fight back, they would die. If they fought back, they would die. It wasn't that they couldn't make such a choice, but they were intimidated by the sword demon's murderous aura. At this moment, after Long Chen's roar and the influence of the dragon's force, they all understood. With Long Chen and Shangguan Hong leading, how could they not stop the sword demon with hundreds of people here? "Fight. We're going to die anyway." F***CK. A teacher at the first Grotto Heaven realm drew his weapon and stood beside Long Chun and Shangguan Hong. "If we don't dare to fight back after being humiliated to this extent, then we're too useless. I don't want to be a coward." Another person stood out. With the first and the second, the rest of the people were emboldened. In the end, only 3 or 4 people still stood at the back timidly. The rest had a determined look on their faces. Chapter 1388. Sword Demon frowned. With so many people besieging him, including Long Chen and Shangguan Hong, he might really fail miserably. At this moment, he actually felt a little nervous. "Brother Sword Demon, let's work together." Zhu Wen stood up and slowly landed beside Sword Demon. "They're bullying us with numbers. It's not shameful if we work together. I won't get involved in your business. I'll only fight Ling Xiao." Ying Tianxia couldn't stand this kind of thing. He couldn't understand why they were bullying the weak when they were so powerful. Whatever. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen looked at each other and decided to work together. It might be difficult for one of them to deal with such a powerful lineup. However, if they worked together, the opponent's advantage in numbers would be gone. "Qingshu College will cease to exist today. A trashy college like yours is trash." Sword Demon sneered. "Ling Xiao burned down Qingshu College. Then I, Sword Demon, will burn down Qingshu College today." Zhu Wen smiled and said, "I can help you. The mystical peacock fire can help you." "Thank you." The two of them closed in. Shangguan Hong, Long Chun, and the others looked serious. If Sword Demon was alone, they would have a good chance of winning. However, with 2 phoenixes working together, they had almost no chance of winning. It seemed that they were going to die here today. Even so, the teachers and students of Qingshu College didn't give up again. Since they weren't going to give them a chance to live, they could only make things difficult for them before they died. "Kill!" Sword Demon roared. His murderous aura pierced through the clouds. The black sword in his hand turned into a huge sword shadow and slashed at the crowd. "Destroy!" Zhu Wen roared at the same time. The blazing mystical rainbow fire rolled forward and pounced on the crowd. "How dare you!" Qingshu College is a place for cultivation. How dare you behave so atrociously here? All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. Then, a beautiful figure appeared. Along with her came a coldness that was as cold as the depths of winter. Snow fell from the sky. Princess Lian? Feng Ming Lian. When did she become so strong? At this time, Feng Ming Lian's cultivation had already reached the fourth grotto heaven realm. Especially the cold caused by the combination of the Dark North Sutra and the Ice Sword martial spirit. Many warriors felt their bodies constantly trembling. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen were both repelled by her. Feng Minglian, don't meddle in other people's business. Zhu Wen frowned. Meddling? No, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm now a student of Qingshu College. How can I just stand by and watch you make trouble at my Qingshu College? Feng Ming Lian's cultivation had fallen into a shackle. It was difficult for her to break through in a short period of time. That was why she could sense that something had happened here. Although she hadn't officially joined Qingshu College, Ling Xiao had taught her how to utilize her potential systematically and how to fight. He was equivalent to half a master to her. Ling Xiao was a student of Qingshu College, and so was she. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen's expressions didn't look good. They weren't afraid of anyone interfering, but the problem was that they were repelled by Feng Ming Lian in one move. Both of them felt embarrassed. Haha, is this the expert who keeps saying that others are trash? I think you're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Long Chun had probably been by Ling Xiao's side for too long. When he said those words, he really didn't give the two of them any face. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? You're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Sword Demon said angrily. What's wrong with that? If you have the ability, you can learn it too. Long Chun said disdainfully. What's more, you three dared to make trouble at Qingshu College today. I'm afraid there's someone behind you. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are to say that I'm a fox who relies on someone else's power? Trash who wants to ride on someone else's coattails? This sentence directly choked Sword Demon and Zhu Wen because Long Chun was right. No matter how powerful the three of them were, they were only Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. How would they dare to make trouble at Qingshu College so rashly? What's more, they dared to kill people at Qingshu College. It was because they had someone behind them that gave them the courage to do so. Humph, look at your sharp tongue. You'll die today. Sword Demon snorted and looked at Ying Tianxia. You stop Feng Ming Lian. Ying Tianxia shook his head and said, I'm only here to find Ling Xiao. I don't care about anything else. You. Sword Demon was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Ying Tianxia was such a person. What could he do? Senior brother, don't be angry. Let me deal with her. Let the women solve the problems between women. Zhong Yu's red spider lily smiled charmingly, then jumped down from the statue and stood in front of Feng Ming Lian. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister. Sword Demon was delighted. He was the only one who knew how powerful his junior sister was. Feng Ming Lian was no match for his junior sister. Enough. Do you really think that there's no one in Qingshu College? Today's matter ends here. Just as the battle was about to start, a powerhouse finally arrived. The person who appeared in front of everyone was neither Feng Qingyan nor Zhou Yun. It was a very sloppy man holding a wine gourd. What right do you have to lecture us, you beggar? Sword Demon scolded, but Zhu Wen grabbed him. Are you crazy? That's Drunken Demon Sword. He was already a Yinyang Realm warrior when he was 17 years old. Zhu Wen's expression was very ugly. He knew that Drunken Demon Sword used to study at Qingshu College, but he had gone out to travel more than 10 years ago. He didn't expect him to come back today. It was a miscalculation. Those big shots probably didn't expect him to come back. Sword Demon's expression changed when he heard Zhu Wen's words. He was still not as good as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to be arrogant in front of anyone, but he only knew how to bully the weak. Senior Drunken Demon Sword, we're here today to look for Ling Xiao. We don't plan to cause trouble at Qingshu College. Zhu Wen hurriedly explained. Get lost. Drunken Demon Sword didn't waste any time and only said one word. Although Zhu Wen's face was red, he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of this senior. He even cupped his hands respectfully and said, I'll take my leave, senior. He looked back at Sword Demon and then at Ying Tianxia. He waved his hand and said, "Things have changed. Go back first." Both Sword Demon and Ing Tianxia could feel the terrifying aura coming from Drunken Demon Sword, so they didn't refute and turned to leave. "Stop. Do you really think that Qingshu College is your backyard? You can come and go as you please. Whoever killed him shall leave his life behind." Another person appeared. A figure appeared in the void. He was wearing a moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel like a god descending to the mortal world. Who else could be so arrogant other than Ling Xiao? Chapter 1389. Senior Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's appearance caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Shortly after, all sorts of interesting expressions appeared. The students and teachers of Qingshu College had long regarded Ling Xiao as their backbone. Shangguan Hong, Long Chun, and Feng Minglian were the same. Although the liquor demon sword was powerful, it was still unfamiliar to them. But the moment Ling Xiao appeared, they felt their hearts settle down. On the other hand, the people of Phoenix Academy had different expressions. Ing Tianxia was obviously excited. Zhu Wen's face was gloomy. Zhongyu and the red spider lily smiled. As for the sword demon, he was the most annoyed. Ling Xiao said that whoever killed someone would have to leave their life behind. It was obviously against him. Previously, the sword demon had ignored everyone and killed the people of Qingshu College. Even when the liquor demon sword came, he didn't mention anything about revenge. This made the people of Qingshu College very uncomfortable, but they couldn't bring it up. After all, they weren't familiar with the liquor demon sword. However, Ling Xiao's appearance ignited their hope of revenge. "Now, we can avenge our teacher." The people of Qingshu College were very excited. They knew very well how powerful Ling Xiao was. Not only did he kill Ji Mingxing, Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming, but he even destroyed Ling Yu's courtyard. However, he could return to Qingshu College unscathed. This was enough to prove Ling Xiao's strength. The sword demon was very powerful. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was stronger. The liquor demon's sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest and then turned to leave. Since the main character had appeared, there was no need for him to join in the fun. He only needed to keep an eye on the few Yin-Yang realm martial artists hiding in the shadows. The young people's problems should be left to the young people. "You are Ling Xiao, Celestial Emperor?" The sword demon looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. "When I went to the Sky Dragon continent, I didn't see a piece of trash like you. I didn't expect you to dare to come out today." "Trash?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "You are only a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What gives you the confidence to call me trash? If I kill you today, wouldn't that make you worse than trash? You dare to call me trash?" Sword Demon's eyes narrowed into slits. Since the day he entered the sect, he was only associated with the word genius. No one had ever dared to call him trash. A murderous intent rose in his heart. "Originally, you could have lived today. However, since you've recklessly stood out, that's perfect. I'll send you to the underworld." At the same time, Sword Demon's cold voice rang out, and an astonishing baleful aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. When the baleful aura was released, it had already made many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists tremble. Now, it was all focused on Ling Xiao. In Sword Demon's opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, as if he was not suppressed at all. "Do we have a grudge?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "No. Do we have a grudge? No. Then I don't understand. Why did you provoke the Celestial Empire's fairies' capital and kill so many innocent people? Why did you come to Qingshu College to cause trouble and kill the teachers here today?" Ling Xiao asked again. "Do you want to know the reason?" Sword Demon said contemptuously, "There is only one reason, and that is that I don't like you. It's that simple. So you can kill whoever you don't like. Why are all the disciples recruited by the Phoenix Academy trash?" Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, "I don't want to be enemies with others, but I must kill you. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in this world. You want to kill me? With your meager strength?" Sword Demon laughed loudly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most a little stronger than Ling Xiao. He might not be able to end the battle in 3 or 4 moves, but it should be easy to kill Ling Xiao within 10 moves. Sword Demon, before you kill him, let me fight with him first. Ying Tianxiao walked over and said excitedly. He had always wanted to fight Ling Xiao. Now that the opportunity had come, he did not want to let it go so easily. Let me do it. Skyrock Huangzi and Peacock Huangzi are my friends. One of them was killed and the other was crippled. I have always wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Zhu Wen also stepped forward and looked mockingly at Ling Xiao. The 3 of them actually treated Ling Xiao as a soft persimmon that they could pinch at will. In the darkness, Wind Demon spied on the situation and couldn't help but sneer. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you actually dared to offend the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race, and the Great Rock Race at the same time. Today, the 3 Huangzi are here, and you will die without a doubt. I really don't understand why Master wants me to keep an eye on him. Could it be that this Ling Xiao can overturn the heavens? In his view, Ling Xiao relied on his laughable talent to stir up trouble everywhere. That was a very foolish thing to do, especially when he had offended the 3 major factions of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If this was not courting death, then what was? Big Brother Zhu Wan, Big Brother Tianxia, why don't you give Ling Xiao to my senior brother? He has chased Ling Xiao from the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Divine Phoenix Continent and has always wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. It's just that this Ling Xiao escapes too quickly and he can't catch up. Just satisfy his wish. Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily spoke. That gentle and alluring voice made Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia agree without even thinking about it. But this woman's words didn't seem to take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had always been hiding from her senior brother Sword Demon. Otherwise, her senior brother would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia stood to the side, but they felt that it was a pity. Because of Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily's seductive manner, they couldn't help but agree. Now that they thought about it, they regretted it. In Zhu Wen's view, giving Ling Xiao to Sword Demon was equivalent to giving a great credit to Sword Demon. And in Ying Tianxia's view, after Ling Xiao and Sword Demon's battle, he would definitely die. It was basically impossible for him to fight with Ling Xiao again. Brother Sword Demon, after you kill Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, don't forget about me, Zhu Wen said with a smile. Of course. Sword Demon smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you see, there are many people who want your life. You think that your strength is outstanding, but in fact, you're just a bug in the eyes of others. You're insignificant. You're really too pitiful. You think too highly of yourself. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't make a move now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao looked at Sword Demon indifferently. He had experienced too much of being looked down upon by others and had long become indifferent to it. After all, in this world, there would always be some self-righteous people. Maybe half a year ago, he really wasn't Sword Demon's opponent, but now, everything depended on the situation after the battle. Everything else was empty. Chapter 1390. I'm talking too much? Since you want to die early, I'll fulfill your wish. The Sword Demon's face revealed an arrogant and contemptuous smile. On the black sword, dense sword aura circulated endlessly. Ling Xiao stood there without speaking or making a move. He only looked at the Sword Demon indifferently. The smile on the Sword Demon's face froze and was replaced by displeasure and rage. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him. He knew that he was going to attack, but did not make a move. Was he looking down on him? Or was he just putting on an act? His figure suddenly flashed. His feet looked like an ordinary step, but he instantly closed in on Ling Xiao and appeared less than 3 meters in front of Ling Xiao. At that moment, the black sword in his hand was no longer a sword, but a thick stream of lava. The lava flowed, but it did not drip. It only became more terrifying. The blazing and frenzied sword aura rose rapidly. At that moment, the Sword Demon was like an erupting volcano, unstoppable. At that moment, wherever he passed, flames rolled and lava roared. The glaring light and blazing high temperature made many people stay away. He charged towards Ling Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. All of this happened in an instant. However, Ling Xiao still stood there without moving. It was as if he was in a deep sleep. It was as if he did not care about the sword demon's sword at all. When he was a meter away, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. He raised his right hand, and an ordinary-looking iron sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ding! Boom! The frenzied aura exploded at that moment. It was as if a volcano had erupted in an instant. The blazing high temperature poured onto Ling Xiao's body in an instant, making a terrifying explosion sound. The ground also collapsed rapidly. The scene was shocking. However, the sword demon's sword could not pierce through Ling Xiao's ordinary iron sword. His divine artifact could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao stood there. Only the breeze blew his hair. However, he did not move at all. There was even a contemptuous smile on his face. So much nonsense. Is this your attack? Your so-called strength, in my opinion, is no different from trash. The iron sword in Ling Xiao's hand suddenly exploded, and the terrifying aura actually overturned the sword demon. Sword demon felt that he had lost control of his body. He crashed into a statue before coming to a stop. His hands were still trembling violently, as if he was suffering from epilepsy. Only he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword chi was. When people saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The teachers and students of Qingshu College smiled excitedly. Zhu Wen's face was gloomy. Ying Tianxia was clearly surprised. As for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, she was still smiling faintly, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Looks like we've underestimated this Ling Xiao. Ying Tianxia's words represented the thoughts of the majority. In the face of the sword demon's fierce attack, Ling Xiao not only blocked it easily, but also sent the sword demon flying. Although the sword demon could be said to have underestimated his opponent, Ling Xiao's strength was not to be underestimated. His strength was probably stronger than what many people knew. Those who were originally worried about Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the better it was for them. Ling Xiao was the top disciple of Qingshu College. If he was easily defeated by the sword demon, Qingshu College would lose face. They originally thought that Ling Xiao could block a few dozen or even 100 moves from the sword demon, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's words of wanting to kill the sword demon and avenge the teacher who was killed were not empty words. Lady Spider Lily, can your senior brother do it? Zhu Wen frowned and asked. Hee, Phoenix child, don't be so anxious. My senior brother hasn't even shown 1/10 of his strength. Zhong Yu Spider Lily smiled and said, but Ling Xiao is not bad. I think he can force my senior brother to use his martial soul. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Maybe it will be more fun than I thought. Zhu Wen was relieved when he heard this. He didn't know the sword demon, but Zhong Yu Spider Lily knew him very well. If this woman said so, then it shouldn't be wrong. Bah! The sword demon spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and waved the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, he grinned and said, Interesting, interesting. You're much stronger than I thought. Maybe after searching for so long, you're really a worthy opponent for me to take seriously. Of course, it's just taking it seriously. Nonsense again. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. The sword demon had clearly taken a blow from him, but he didn't learn his lesson and was still so arrogant. It seemed that this guy was born with this kind of personality. He had probably never lost in his sect, so he didn't know what it felt like to lose. No matter who he faced, he could easily defeat them. He had never taken the battle seriously. So in the sword demon's view, taking the battle seriously was already giving Ling Xiao a lot of face. It was also the greatest praise for Ling Xiao. Whether you take it seriously or not, there's only one result. Death. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. A radiant divine sword hung above his head. This time, he didn't take the sublime shadow sword, because the sublime shadow sword had already been eaten by the butterfly lady. What he needed now was a heavy sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have one at the moment. An unsuitable weapon would only drag him down, so he didn't want a weapon now. His hand grabbed the hilt of the radiant divine sword. The huge radiant divine sword was dazzling and holy. It was even more dazzling than the sword demon's body. That's the radiant divine sword that Ling Xiao used to slaughter people in the Lingyu courtyard. Its power is truly terrifying. The more Ying Tianxia looked, the more excited he became. His hands were tightly clenched and his body was trembling. It was a trembling of excitement. He really wished that he could immediately replace the sword demon and become Ling Xiao's opponent. I can control light. So what if you have a volcano? Ling Xiao pointed the huge sword at the sword demon. He was filled with mighty domineering aura. The power of light was released, making his whole body look as dazzling as the sun. Volcano martial spirit. Lava domain. Sword demon's face greatly changed as he cried out in alarm. A blazing volcano appeared behind him, constantly emitting black smoke, and his body was completely surrounded by the boiling magma, forming a perfect absolute defense. Is that the sword demon's trump card? The volcano martial spirit is really strange, and that lava domain is also surprising. I have never seen such a thing before. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the strange scene. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile again. His body gently leaned forward, and then he grabbed the radiant divine sword's hilt with both hands. In that instant, it was as if a red sun was spewing out from the radiant divine sword. Everyone closed their eyes. The intense light made them unable to open their eyes. Chapter 1391. A horrified expression appeared on Sword Demon's face. The perfect defense cast by the lava was shrinking continuously. Finally, it formed a solid and seemingly unbreakable lava ball, which quickly solidified. Ling Xiao, your sword can't penetrate my absolute defense. The Sword Demon roared angrily. Is that so? Then take a closer look and see if your shield or my sword is stronger. The smile on Ling Xiao's face became even brighter. The giant sword pierced through the air and pierced the lava shield. Chi! Crack! In an instant, the so-called absolute defense was pierced through by the giant sword. The sword demon hurriedly waved his sword to block, but under the terrifying impact, his body flew wildly like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a gash on his body that was at least a foot long. It was a shocking sight. Bang! Smack! Plop! After several rolls and collisions, the sword demon finally came to a stop. He looked at Ling Xiao with fear and embarrassment. Hee, you said that I'm trash, but what are you now? You're worse than trash. Who gave you the courage to provoke Qingshu College? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked slowly toward the sword demon. Looking at the battered and exhausted guy, he was very pleased, but he was still far from being appeased. The other party had destroyed his statue, killed his subjects, and today, killed his teacher. If this person didn't die, he absolutely wouldn't leave the matter at that. He came out to kill the sword demon. He said so from the beginning, but many people did not believe him. The sword demon? The genius? The Jin Huangzi who tried to destroy Qingshu College? At this moment, it all seemed so ridiculous and ironic. In front of Ling Xiao, he was a real trash. He had no dignity at all. Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia stopped Ling Xiao. You can't kill him, Zhu Wan said lightly. Although the sword demon is a good-for-nothing, he is still a member of the Phoenix Academy. Since I accompanied him here today, I can't let him die. Ying Tianxia also said. The two of them were completely shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Ling Xiao's arrogance didn't seem to be without reason. The sword demon was arrogant enough before, but that was because he had never met a real opponent. Moreover, he bullied the weak and feared the strong, so the enemies he encountered were no match for him. He was arrogant enough to kill. However, this time, he kicked an iron plate, a very thick and hard iron plate. In fact, it should be Zhongyu, Red Spider Lily. She originally thought that after her senior brother became serious, Ling Xiao would not be worth mentioning. However, the current development was completely different from what she imagined. The one who was easily defeated was not Ling, but her senior brother. With her senior brother. This result of the spider demon of the Phoenix Academy. In fact, how could the teachers and students of the Qingshu Academy not be shocked? Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital with his heaven-tier cultivation. From the moment he crippled Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, every time he made a move, it would be shocking beyond words. Moreover, the people he crippled or killed were all famous existences. Not to mention others, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, The 10 most outstanding Phoenix sons of the younger generation were destroyed and crippled by him repeatedly. Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He, Celebrity Phoenix Ji Mingxing, Skyrock Phoenix Sun Peng Yu. Now it was Sword Phoenix Sun's turn to be the Sword Demon? If this continued, who would dare to accept the title of Phoenix Sun? Get lost. Facing Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia's obstruction, Ling Xiao said coldly. What? Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia looked at each other in shock. Ling Xiao actually dared to tell the two of them to get lost? You may be able to defeat the Sword Demon, but against the two of us, you have no chance of winning. I really don't know where you get the courage to tell the two of us to get lost? Zhu Wan asked coldly. He really wanted to join forces with Ying Tianxia to kill Ling Xiao, but he was worried that Ying Tianxia wouldn't cooperate with him. So for a moment, he was in a dilemma. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward, and a red sun rose behind him. The terrifying heat brought about a storm that blew Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia away. Although the two of them only took 2 steps back, they did open up a path. Ling Xiao continued to walk towards the Sword Demon. So strong. Both of them were shocked. They could feel that no matter which one of them attacked, it was impossible for them to be Ling Xiao's opponent. Even if they joined forces, their chances of winning wouldn't be higher than 70%. Bastard, do you really think you can win against me? The Sword Demon stood up again. Although he was in a sorry state and his clothes were tattered, the vicious look in his eyes was incomparably clear. Senior brother, don't. Zhongyu, and Bai Lilia hurriedly shouted. Junior sister, dodge. Don't let me hurt you. The Sword Demon said coldly. Zhongyu and Bai Lilia sighed and jumped to a place further away. Seeing this, Ling Xiao also asked the teachers and students of Qingshu College to retreat. Ling Xiao, do you know why I'm called the Sword Demon? I'm not interested. Ling Xiao said lightly. That's because once I become a demon, I even dare to kill my own people. The Sword Demon said regardless of whether Ling Xiao was interested or not. Becoming a demon? Ling Xiao heard that there was a kind of person among the martial artists who suppressed all their positive emotions and completely released all their negative emotions, just like the demons in the devil realm. In this state, their strength would become stronger, but they would often not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. He didn't know if this was the kind of demon that the Sword Demon was talking about. Black Sword Demon. The Sword Demon roared and his body suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, his body stood up again like a puppet, but it was completely different from a normal person. He walked unsteadily, and his body was emitting a strange black aura. Kill. The puppet-like body spat out a word and then suddenly disappeared. Boom. In the next moment, a statue that was more than 10 meters tall was directly blasted into pieces. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that the Sword Demon's so-called inability to distinguish between friend and foe was true. This was more than just an inability to distinguish between friend and foe. It was simply a confusion of targets. However, this destructive power was really shocking. Ding. Boom. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and quickly slashed out a sword aura. Although he blocked the sudden attack, his body was sent flying. I see. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood. The Sword Demon's inability to distinguish between friend and foe was actually limited in range. Within a certain range, he could destroy anything, including enemies. In fact, at this time, Ling Xiao could choose to avoid the attack. With his movement skills, there would be no problem for him to hide far away. However, Ling Xiao's character determined that he would never avoid it. He's too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Ying Tianxia shook his head and said, Serves him right. Zhu Wan sneered and said, I didn't expect the Sword Demon to have such an attack method. Actually, that should be considered a defense. Ying Tianxia thought for a while and said, Chapter 1392. Ying Tianxia muttered, Sword Demon's attack, unless it's someone like Ling Xiao, who doesn't want to dodge, it's impossible to hurt others. However, ordinary people wouldn't dare to get close to him, so his defense is probably stronger than his lava domain. Yes, but no matter what, Ling Xiao is an idiot. He chose the stupidest way to fight. Does he really think he's invincible? Zhu Wan said in disdain. He had been hiding in the distance for a long time because he was afraid of being hit by Sword Demon's indiscriminate attack. But he mocked others for being stupid and didn't think he was timid and cowardly. Vermilion Bird Huangzi, you should be the 8th-ranked Huangzi, right? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked. That's right. So what? Zhu Wen was puzzled. Ling Xiao was fighting with Sword Demon. Why did he have time to turn around and talk to him? No wonder people say that the top 7 among the 10 Phoenix children are worthy of their name. I once fought with the Golden Phoenix child, Fengming Wushan. He's much stronger than you. Although he's arrogant, he's stronger than an idiot like you who only knows how to talk behind his back. Ling Xiao said mercilessly, the attack that you're afraid of is not worth mentioning in my eyes. What's the use of your words? If you have the ability, why don't you try blocking one? Zhu Wen sneered. Block? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain and then suddenly drew his sword. Although it didn't have a physical body, it was as if it had a physical body. After a scream, Sword Demon's figure appeared. A sword mark directly pierced through his abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. How is this possible? Zhu Wen asked. Sword Demon also asked. Sword Demon could not believe that Ling Xiao was able to break through his most prided killer move so easily. This was the strongest attack he had in his arsenal. No, it can't be broken. It must be a coincidence. It must be like this. The Sword Demon shook his head and his body fell to the ground again. Then, he entered the demonic state and disappeared again. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. This move of yours is just the lowest level of skill. You didn't explore the powerful martial soul and Wonderland domain, but held on to this useless thing as a treasure. You are really blind. Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and another scream rang out. This time, there was a wound on the Sword Demon's leg. In fact, it was too easy for Ling Xiao to break through this kind of attack. He had the Tai Chi Eye, and the opponent's route was completely under his control. This kind of route would not change at all. It was a dead straight path. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could easily capture his opponent's movements. No, you're talking nonsense. I don't believe you. Sword Demon couldn't accept this failure at all. It was a huge blow to him. One had to know that for so many years, he had relied on this kind of attack the most. He had faced countless life and death battles, and he had always used this kind of method to escape. Now, Ling Xiao was telling him that it was useless? How could he accept this? Believe it or not, this is the truth. Ling Xiao said indifferently, what a cultivator should pay the most attention to is their own cultivation, followed by the development of their martial spirit and blood meridians, and lastly, their skills. Although these things are very important, you gave up the most important thing and chose to take advantage of the situation. Although you gained a temporary victory, you wasted the time that you could have used to cultivate. Ling Xiao's words seemed to be directed at the Sword Demon, but they were actually directed at the disciples of Qingshu College. This was the experience he had accumulated through his cultivation, and he had also verified it with the human monarch's notes. These precious experiences were very important to every martial artist. That's all I have to say. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Sword Demon and said, You came to Qingshu College and killed my teacher. Although his help to me was limited, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You killed him, so I have to take revenge. Previously, you went as Shan due to cause trouble and killed my soldiers and people. As the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, I have to kill you. Speaking till here, Ling Xiao's blazing radiant divine sword appeared once again. The sky became dazzling as it released an incomparably terrifying heat. Die! Ling Xiao's face was indifferent and emotionless. Sword Demon had brought all of this upon himself. He had never thought of provoking someone he didn't know, but this unknown person wanted to deal with him. What could he do? He could only block soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. If someone killed his people, he would kill them. This principle was simple and straightforward. Stop! Zhong Yu's red spider lily suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao paused and raised his head slightly to look at the woman. He asked coldly, What can I do for you? He wasn't afraid that the Sword Demon would escape, because he wouldn't be able to escape from the power of his sword. Today, in Qingshu College, No one could stop him from killing the sword demon. Do you know which sect we are from? Zhongyu asked. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He really didn't know where these people came from, why they attacked his people, and why they hated him so much. Ignorance is bliss. We can let bygones be bygones, but you have to stop. Zhongyu reminded him. Stop? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Why were there so many self-righteous people in this world? Did they think that he had to listen to whatever they said? Yes, you have to stop. We are from the Permitha Immortal Island. My mother is the owner of the Immortal Island. To be inconsolable. If you dare to touch my senior, you won't have a good life in the future. Zhongyu said coldly. You are from the Permitha Immortal Island? No wonder you are so domineering. You want to kill people just because you don't like it? How awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao certainly knew how powerful the Permitha Immortal Island was. Although the Permitha Immortal Island was weaker than the Changal Immortal Island, it was comparable to the other 4 Immortal Islands, especially the owner of the island, to be inconsolable. It was said that she had a demonic eye that could communicate with the other world and make her enemies disappear into thin air. Although it was just a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying the Permitha Immortal Island was. The Permitha Immortal Island is powerful, but he killed my teacher, my soldiers, and my people. Are they going to die for nothing? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It's just a few cheap lives. How can they be compared to the genius disciples of our Permitha Immortal Island? If you dare to touch him today, my mother will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhongyu said with disdain. From the looks of it, only the people from the Permitha Immortal Island were considered human. The people from other places deserved to die and weren't considered human. At this moment, Sword Demon finally took the opportunity to escape behind Zhongyu's Hellflower. Zhu Wan and Ying Tianxia also blocked him. No matter how weak Sword Demon was, they had to make sure that Sword Demon didn't die. They didn't want that demoness to be inconsolable to come and take their lives. Chapter 1393. Ling Xiao did not put away the divine light sword. He only stabbed it into the ground and looked at Sword Demon coldly. That fellow who had looked down on everything earlier was now like a frightened mouse, seeking protection from others. How laughable. Where's your pride, your dignity, and your arrogance? Ling Xiao no longer looked at Zhongyu and Red Spider Lily, but looked at Sword Demon and asked coldly, Junior sister, save me. Sword Demon seemed to have completely thrown away his dignity. He was like a pitiful pug, begging his junior sister for help. Zhongyu said indifferently, Senior brother, we're from the same sect. I'll naturally save you. Don't worry. But you haven't forgotten the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island, have you? Hearing this, Sword Demon's face instantly turned pale, as if he thought of something terrible. I know, but junior sister, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't offend him. Sword Demon looked at Zhongyu and Red Spider Lily and said loudly. Their conversation confused Ling Xiao. Zhongyu asked Ling Xiao to release Sword Demon just now. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she had other conditions for saving Sword Demon? Could there be some special rules in the Permitha Immortal Island? Zhongyu shook her head and said, I've said it before. You're my senior brother. I'll definitely save you. But rules are rules. They can't be broken. Sword Demon clenched his teeth and suddenly turned to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, if you spare my life, I swear that I'll never set foot in the Divine Phoenix continent again. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and mocking smile. Back then, when you killed my subjects and my teacher, why didn't you think that this day would come? You want me to let you go? Do you think that's possible? At this moment, Sword Demon was in complete despair. He actually knelt beside Zhongyu and cried, Junior sister, we grew up together. We're childhood sweethearts. Can't we break the rules? Of course not. Zhongyu Red Spider Lily's expression was incomparably cold, as if there was no room for discussion. I say, Lady Spider Lily, what kind of rules does your Permitha Immortal Island have? Isn't it normal to save your senior brother? Even a shameless villain like Zhu Wen knew that fellow disciples should help each other. Therefore, he was very curious about the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island. According to the rules of the Prometha Immortal Island, you have to solve your own problems. If you can't solve it and need the help of your fellow disciples, you have to sign a martial slave contract. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly, as if it was a very normal thing. However, when the crowd heard the words martial slave contract, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao also knew that after the so-called martial slave contract was signed, both parties would be connected by a special power of law. From the day the contract was signed, the martial slave would become the slave of another, to be used by others, for the entertainment of others, to serve as a sparring partner. There was no freedom or autonomy. Even during cultivation, half of the internal energy would be absorbed by the slave master. This was even worse than being an ordinary slave. The most terrifying thing was that once the slave wanted to betray the slave master, the martial slave contract would take effect and the slave would be killed by the law. Unless there was a martial artist who could resist the supreme law of the mystic world, otherwise, death was inevitable. This was the reason why Sword Demon was unwilling to follow the rules. That kind of ending would be too tragic. Senior brother, I won't force you. I'll give you 20 breaths of time to think. If Ling Xiao attacks you, I will block it for you. However, after 20 breaths of time, I won't care about your life or death. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm and gentleness. Instead, it was replaced with coldness and ruthlessness. The Prometha Immortal Island was such a sect. It was a sect without any kinship or friendship. Here, there were only benefits. Sword Demon's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Becoming the martial slave of his junior sister Zhong Yu's red spider lily and losing his freedom forever? He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Or would he be killed by Ling Xiao? At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Don't worry, Sword Demon. You don't need to be a martial slave. I, Ing Tianxia, won't let you die. Ing Tianxia, the son of Lightning Eagle, suddenly said. Zhuan didn't say anything. He wasn't as blind as Ing Tianxia. He knew that this was a matter between the Prometha Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. If he still interfered, he would be stepping into a mud pit. If he guessed correctly, Zhong Yu's red spider lily had always been using this method to sign a martial slave contract. She used her fellow disciples to increase her cultivation. Their Prometha Immortal Island had a cultivation technique called the wedding dress demonic art. It could increase the effect of the martial slave contract to the extreme. For other martial slaves, only half of their internal energy would be absorbed. However, the wedding dress demonic art could completely absorb the martial slave's internal energy. The reason why Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was so strong was because of the wedding dress demonic art and her terrifying soul charm technique. Sword Demon had always been a difficult person to obtain. Zhong Yu's red spider lily had spent a lot of effort, until she instigated Sword Demon to offend Ling Xiao, forming a deadly feud with Ling Xiao. Sword Demon was completely tricked by his junior sister. If he chose to help Sword Demon now, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Zhuan wasn't that stupid. Thank you, Brother Ing. Sword Demon was touched by Ing Tianxia's words. However, in the next moment, Ing Tianxia's body was sent flying. It wasn't done by Ling Xiao, but by Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Everyone says that Lightning Eagle's red spider lily is a brute. Today, I see that it's true. You want to save him? Aren't you breaking the rules of our Prometha Immortal Island? Ing Tianxia fell to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't regret it, but Zhong Yu's red spider lily's strength really shocked him. Ling Xiao also frowned. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was too terrifying. It would be easy for her to be ranked in the top 7 of the 10 Phoenix Sons. The dignified heavenly hero of the Thunder Eagle Phoenix was actually sent flying by this woman with a single move. This was truly terrifying. Senior brother, do you choose to follow me? Or do you choose to be killed by Ling Xiao? Think about it yourself. You should know that my strength is much stronger than that Ling Xiao. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at Sword Demon with a smile. Sword Demon was in complete despair. His face turned green and white. In the end, he said, Junior sister, I agree to sign the martial slave contract with you, but I hope that you can agree to one of my conditions. I'm naturally willing to listen to senior brother's words. Tell me. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. She looked like a perfect and pure white lotus flower. I hope to fight with Ling Xiao again in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Sword Demon glared at Ling Xiao viciously. His eyes were filled with incomparable viciousness. At this moment, he didn't dare to blame his junior sister. Instead, he vented all his hatred on Ling Xiao. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be like this. Everything was because of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1394. Alright, I promise you. That's not a problem. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. They didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was air. As long as they made a decision, Ling Xiao could only obey. Hee. If you intend to endure this monstrous humiliation and seek revenge from your junior sister, then I will have some admiration for you. But now, in my opinion, you're a complete loser, a piece of trash. You're forced to sign a slave contract, but you don't even have any resentment. Do you only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong? Do you think I'm weaker than your junior sister? If you agree to be her slave, you won't die today, right? Ling Xiao's divine light sword was still stuck in the ground. His face was full of sarcasm and disdain. This guy was really hopeless. The teachers and students of Qingshu College felt extremely ashamed. Why were they ashamed? This was because they felt that they were actually frightened by such a trash. This was really embarrassing. Senior brother, don't worry. Since you've agreed to sign a slave contract with me, I can guarantee that you'll walk out of Qingshu College alive. Ling Xiao doesn't have the ability to kill you. Let's sign the contract now. Zhong Yu's red spider lily took out a coat of arms that looked like a red spider lily. Then, he dripped a drop of his blood on it and handed it to Sword Demon. Sword Demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he bit his finger and dripped his blood on it. A slave contract is signed. Very good. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the mark on the coat of arms and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Senior brother, let's go. There's still some time before the Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll guide you well. I believe that under my guidance, you'll be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily soon. There's no need to be afraid of him. Thank you, junior sister. Sword Demon nodded. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, You might be laughing at me and think that it's stupid for me to sign a slave contract with my junior sister. However, you don't know that you don't even have the right to do so. In the Dragon Phoenix selection, I'll defeat you and let you taste the pain of failure. Really? Why does it sound like the barking of a drowning dog? Ling Xiao smiled gently and said, Actually, no matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me. Because I said that I would kill you. I must kill you today. The Dragon Phoenix selection? I'm sorry, but you won't have that chance. You and your junior sister have decided everything on your own and don't take me seriously. I can understand this. After all, the people of the opposite bank Immortal Island are all a bunch of arrogant trash. Hee, I won't be angry no matter what you say. When you are defeated by my senior brother in the Dragon Phoenix selection, you will know who is right. Actually, Ling Xiao, you are really pitiful. Although you have defeated my senior brother and proved your strength, you still can't avoid death today. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled. Really? Perhaps I will die, but before I do, the sword demon will be one step ahead of me. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out the divine radiance sword from the ground. He then took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. I said, with me around, you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled coldly. A strange black flower bloomed in front of her, emitting a strange fragrance. Lay down the butcher's knife and ascend to paradise early. Her breath smelled like orchids as she uttered a few words. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Zhong Yu's red spider lily's martial spirit should be something that could cause people to hallucinate. At this moment, it would depend on whether his soul power was strong enough. Holy King's Eye. See through all illusions. The Tai Chi eye rotated, and a human figure formed by holy light appeared above Ling Xiao's head. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily was surprised that someone could break her illusion the first time he saw her martial spirit, but it's useless. Even after breaking the illusion, you're still not my opponent. Zhong Yu's red spider lily slapped out, and Ling Xiao's divine radiance sword was extinguished instantly. Ling Xiao was even sent flying for more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. I said, you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily stood there, graceful and domineering like a queen, but he's already dead. Ling Xiao smiled and said, there are many ways to kill someone. If I, Ling Xiao, want someone dead, you won't be able to save him. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the sword demon behind her in shock. There was a black sword pierced through the sword demon's heart. That sword was clearly formed by shadows. My martial slave. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's expression suddenly became ferocious and crazy. She couldn't be blamed for this. Ling Xiao killed the sword demon in front of her. This was an insult to her. An intense insult. Moreover, if the martial slave was killed, the slave master would also be injured. This was another rule of the martial slave contract. Naturally, she hated Ling Xiao to the core. I'll kill you. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm or elegance. At this moment, she was like an enraged madwoman. She was furious to the extreme. She approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed and attacked Ling Xiao's chest with her palms. She swore that she would kill Ling Xiao in front of all the Qingshu College teachers and students. However, at that moment, an extreme fear rose from the bottom of her heart. She quickly retreated and gave up on attacking. However, her face was still scratched. Although the wound wasn't very serious, it was no different from being disfigured for a woman. Cold Plum, thank you. Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum standing beside him and smiled. Even if Cold Plum didn't attack, he wouldn't die. Although he wasn't a match for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, dodging her attacks wasn't a problem. However, he had to thank her. After all, it was Cold Plum's kindness. Get lost. Qingshu College doesn't welcome you. If you come again, be prepared to lose your life here. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Yu's red spider lily and said coldly, Ling Xiao, just you wait. You know the consequences of offending the red spider lily island. Zhong Yu's red spider lily could feel that she wasn't a match for Cold Plum. Therefore, she could only give up. She turned around and left, taking the sword demon's corpse with her. Let's go. Zhuwen knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, let alone Cold Plum. He went forward to helping Tianxia and left as well. Oh, all the enemies retreated. The teachers and students of Qingshu College let out a deafening cheer. Some people even surrounded Ling Xiao and threw him into the air. For them, Ling Xiao wasn't just the most outstanding and powerful disciple of the younger generation of Qingshu College. He was also their savior. However, a gust of wind blew in the darkness. A shadow quickly approached Ling Xiao. The situation was chaotic. Even if there was one more person, no one would notice. Chapter 1395. The scene was too chaotic, and there were too many people. What was more, the killer had obviously received special training, and his martial soul should be the wind martial soul. He was best at avoiding crowds and sneaking up on enemies. However, when the black shadow was 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body was pierced by a branch, and he fled in a hurry. This branch was shot out from a distance of several hundred meters. It was the liquor demon sword who shot it. How dare you sneak up on the person I want to protect under my nose? Go back and tell your master that you'd better not do it again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wind Demon looked at the bloody hole in his body and listened to the voice that came directly into his mind. He was terrified. That Ling Xiao. Who is that guy? Why is he protected by such a master? Even the liquor demon sword helped him? Most of the teachers and students of Qingshu College who were celebrating did not notice this scene. Only Ling Xiao and Cold Plum looked in the direction of the killer's escape and then looked in the direction of the liquor demon sword. They looked at each other and were a little confused. What they were puzzled about was why the demon wine sword, who was a complete stranger to them, would help them. You don't have to be confused. I have some connections with Ji Lingyue. I couldn't save her in the past, but today, I won't let her brother be killed. But you, don't rely on my protection and do whatever you want. After that, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum found the Liquor Demon Sword and wanted to ask him face to face. And the Liquor Demon Sword also answered without hiding anything. Senior, what do you mean by doing whatever you want? Ling Xiao asked. Like the Liquor Demon Sword, provoking others for no reason. You are good. Although you seem to make trouble, you are reasonable and do things like your sister. I admire you very much. The Liquor Demon Sword smiled and said, as long as others provoke you first, you can take revenge. If something happens, I will take care of it for you. Senior, why are you so good to me? Ling Xiao was puzzled. On the one hand, it's because of your sister. On the other hand, it's because of your sister. The Liquor Demon Sword smiled and said, Senior, can you tell me directly? Ling Xiao asked. You are Ji Ling Yue's younger brother. We used to be childhood sweethearts. You can be considered half a brother-in-law. It's my duty to protect you. That's one of them. The Liquor Demon Sword said, secondly, in my opinion, your talent is stronger than mine and Ji Ling Yue's, so you are the key to saving Ji Ling Yue. I must protect you. Senior, you must be joking. You're a yin-yang realm expert. If you can't save my sister, how can I? Ling Xiao asked again. With your talent, you have a higher chance of stepping into the rebirth realm. The Wine Demon Sword sighed and said, I'm just looking forward to it. Your sister was harmed by evil people in the past, but she managed to escape. However, just as she left the wolf's den, it's like a tiger's den. Even I can't enter this tiger's den. Only if one's cultivation reaches the rebirth realm would there be a chance. Rebirth mirror. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue. He was only in the Grotto Heaven realm now. He had worked hard to reach it. He hadn't even reached the yin-yang realm yet. To reach the yin-yang realm, one had to break through the 18 levels of hell and cultivate to the 18 levels. Only then could one break through to the rebirth realm. To him, this was simply like a dream. Can't do it? The Wine Demon Sword asked. No, I can do it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, for my sister, I must do it. Hearing this, the Liquor Demon Sword smiled. He suddenly said very gently, when your sister was 12 years old, you were only a few years old. She was very protective of you. Although you might not have those memories, if your sister knew that you still think of her in your heart, she would definitely be very happy. In Ling Xiao's memory, even the images of his parents were very faint, let alone his sister, Ji Ling Yue. However, the relationship between family members could not be cut off. Even if they were not blood-related, they were still very close. Senior, do you know why those guys came to Qingshu College this time? Ling Xiao felt that the Wine Demon Sword must know more. It's very simple. They want to kill you. Of course, at the same time, they want to alert the enemy and find a way to find out who is behind you. The Wine Demon Sword smiled and said, have you heard of the Board of Patriarchs? No. Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly remembered that Steward Jia said the word board before he died. Could it be related to the Board of Patriarchs? The Board of Patriarchs has always been the most powerful organization in the Divine Phoenix continent. The Wine Demon Sword explained, however, I am not very clear about who exactly it is made up of. I only know that the Board of Patriarchs existed long before your parents came to the Divine Phoenix continent. They were even the driving force behind your parents helping the Divine Phoenix continent quell the war. So powerful? Ling Xiao's frown deepened. You don't have to worry too much. No matter how powerful the Board of Patriarchs is, the strongest warrior is only at the yin-yang realm. Their chief should be about the same strength as me, maybe a little more powerful. The Wine Demon Sword saw Ling Xiao's frown and could not help but comfort him. Senior, thank you for telling me such important information. Ling Xiao was very clear that he had most likely offended the Board of Patriarchs. The Vermilion Bird Phoenix Sun, Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, and Sword Phoenix Sun were even sent by them. Fortunately, the strongest chief of the Board of Patriarchs was only about the same strength as the Wine Demon Sword. In his opinion, the Wine Demon Sword was still inferior to the Moon Lady. Since that was the case, he should be safe for the time being. However, it was only temporary. Warriors who reached the cultivation of the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Lady could break through at any time. Once they broke through and reached the Rebirth Realm, they could basically crush yin-yang realm warriors. At that time, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, what Ling Xiao could do now was to raise his cultivation as much as possible so that he would not be a burden to the Moon Lady. At the same time, he had to constantly find ways and things to help the Moon Lady raise her cultivation. As long as the Moon Lady reached the rebirth realm, everything would be fine. All right, I have a few friends to drink with today, so I won't talk to you anymore. If there's anything, I'll look for you. The wine demon's sword smiled and soared into the sky, turning into a sword beam. It was truly carefree, just as Ling Xiao and the wine demon's sword were talking. On an island thousands of miles away, the same conversation was also happening. The island was vast and was very rich. It was not inferior to the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, no one dared to casually invade such a rich land. That was because this island was one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was built by the Ji family during the first rebellion of the True Demons Empire. However, its strength was stronger than the Sacred Dynasty of the Sky Dragon continent. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue had also stayed here before. They were deeply impressed by the beautiful scenery and rich resources. They had originally planned to settle down here. However, Ji Lingyue's matter forced them to leave. Chapter 1396. At this moment, in a luxurious building built by the seaside on the island, a few people were drinking tea and chatting. The one in the lead had white hair and beard, but his eyebrows were bright, and he had white hair and a youthful face. He sat there, emitting a powerful aura. It was obvious that he was an expert. The rest of the people, either sitting or standing, were all very respectful to this old man. Father, it's been 15 years. Divine Phoenix Empire doesn't seem to be peaceful again. One of the middle-aged men dressed as a scholar lightly tapped the book on his knee and said indifferently, "Yes, it's been 15 years. In the Dragon Phoenix selection 15 years ago, Ji Lingyue became the big winner. Everyone thought that she would become a peerless expert, but a month after the Dragon Phoenix selection ended, she mysteriously disappeared." The old man sighed and said helplessly, "What's there to pity about her disappearance? After all, she can't be used by me." That middle-aged scholar said disdainfully, "Recently, another peerless genius has appeared in Divine Phoenix Empire. His actions are as fearless as that Ji Lingyue." "That kid called Ling Xiao?" The old man smiled and said, "The last time I went to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, that old thing Changle ancestor even praised that kid to me. He was the champion of the alchemy conference. Even if he's not good in martial arts, just his alchemy skills alone are enough to attract people to pursue him." "Father, what should we do? Should we rope this person in?" the middle-aged scholar asked. "Let's get in touch with him first. I heard that this kid's ambition is not small. He actually founded the Heavenly Empire. Where does he place our sacred dynasty?" The old man said indifferently, "Try not to offend him first. Let's wait and see. If we really can't rope him in, then get rid of him. A genius who can't be used by me, if he's too strong, it's a little worrying." "Understood." The middle-aged scholar nodded and said, "All right, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time is different from the past. It's on the same scale as the previous 5 Immortals gathering. Our sacred dynasty Immortal Island has been dormant for so many years. It's time to reveal our strength." The old man suddenly changed the topic. "Father, I plan to send the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Island to the Dragon Phoenix selection. What do you think?" the middle-aged scholar asked. "Quality is more important than quantity. Let's send the top 3. Also, call Huang Tian, who is traveling around the White Tiger continent, back. With him around, we will have a greater chance of success. Although the Dragon Phoenix selection is nothing, we will have to face the 4 nations and 1 sect of the White Tiger continent in the upcoming White Tiger meet. We cannot underestimate it." The old man pondered for a moment before he said, "Not to mention that the marriage between Huang Tian and Luo Yu should be held soon, right? It'll help strengthen the relationship between our sacred dynasty's Immortal Isle and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Ji clan." "That's true. Not only is Luo Yu Ji Qing's daughter, but she's also the disciple of the Medicine King, Sun Sa. As long as our Emperor Sky can come out on top in the Dragon Phoenix selection, we can rightfully propose marriage." the middle-aged scholar said happily. Ji Huangtian, an incomparably tyrannical name. He was also the most outstanding descendant of the sacred dynasty's immortal island. There wasn't a single member of the Ji family who didn't want to revive the sacred dynasty. The Ji family of the sacred dynasty's fairy island. Righteous Alliance's Ji family. Both the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Ji family had such ambitions. And from the looks of it, although their choices were different, they were all trying their best to nurture their own descendant. Ji Huangtian was the pride of the sacred dynasty's immortal isle, and also the hope of the sacred dynasty's revival. Perhaps that celestial emperor, Ling Xiao, would become his whetstone. Master, someone wants to see you. After Ling Xiao sent off the demon liquor sword, he went back to cultivate. This time, if it weren't for those 3 idiots who came to cause trouble, he wouldn't have come out of seclusion. After about a day and a night, he finally came out of his cultivation state. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Although the realms of the Divine Light Sword and Demon Darkness Sword didn't increase, he had a deeper understanding. It was easier to change between the Rising Sun transformation and the Blazing Sun transformation. The Sky Demon Exterminating Body and Sky Demon Exterminating Heart could even be used together to increase the power greatly. Just as he came out, he heard Cold Plum's voice. "Who's looking for me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "It's me." Not waiting for Cold Plum to answer, a lively female voice sounded. Ji Luoyu smiled as she walked in from outside and said, "Big Brother Ling, it's really hard to invite a noble person. I've sent 3 waves of people in a row and still couldn't see your face, so I could only come personally." "So it's Lady Luoyu. What are you looking for me for?" Ling Zhao's impression of Ji Luoyu was still at the pill refining conference in the city of Sin. Although this Ji Luoyu was Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, her personality was completely different from her master. Sun Sa, that old man, was despicable and shameless, while Ji Luoyu did things her own way and was very upright. On the contrary, she was very similar to her father, Ji Qing. Adding on the fact that Ji Qing had helped him back then, therefore his impression of Ji Luoyu was rather good. "Why would I look for you when I have nothing to do?" Ji Luoyu stuck out her tongue and said, "Recently, Master has been very close to the people from the Ice Phoenix clan and Phoenix Academy. During this period, he has talked about you many times. You have to be careful. He is a vengeful person. Back then in the city of Sin, you didn't give him any face. He won't say anything now, but once he has the chance, he won't let you go." "Thank you for the reminder, Lady Luoyu. Cold Plum, please prepare the tea." Ling Xiao had also just finished cultivating and happened to have nothing to do. Since Ji Luoyu personally came over, he could not give her any face. If they wanted to chat, then so be it. Who knows, he might even be able to get some useful information out of her. Cold Plum went to boil the tea. Ji Luoyu walked in the room and raised her head to see a painting hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting was cold and elegant, emitting an elegant celestial aura. She was really like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Ji Luoyu couldn't help but become infatuated. "This is Her Highness the Moon Maiden?" Ji Luoyu asked. "That's right. I personally drew it. Not bad, right?" Ling Xiao smiled. "You actually know how to draw?" Ji Luoyu asked in surprise. "Could it be that in your eyes, I am a brute who only knows how to fight and kill all day long?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I know a little about drawing, calligraphy, and carving. It's just that I am better at drawing. Actually, I don't need to learn them. Sometimes, when I can't understand a problem in martial arts, I use them to help me comprehend it." "Is it useful?" "Of course it's useful. Don't think that these are all ordinary arts. If you put your soul into them, you can really comprehend a lot." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Many martial arts in the immemorial era were actually extracted from the most ordinary life arts. For example, you can comprehend the snake fist, crane fist, and so on by observing the battle of animals. If you combine them with a matching martial soul, their power is boundless." After hearing what you said, it's true. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao with interest. She seemed to be full of interest in everything Ling Xiao said. The more the two talked, the more engrossed they became. They talked from drawing to refining medicine, from refining medicine to martial arts. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. At this moment, a group of young people suddenly gathered outside Qingshu College. These people didn't come to trouble Ling Xiao, but to chase Ji Luoyu. Chapter 1397. When Medicine King Sun Sa came to Divine Phoenix Empire, he said, Luoyu is unmarried. Don't think that just this one sentence was enough to stir up the entire capital. Not to mention that Ji Luoyu was intelligent, graceful, and beautiful. Just the fact that she was Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple was enough to attract countless geniuses to bow down to her. If they married her, they would be able to get closer to Medicine King Sun Sa. At that time, they would be able to get whatever pills they wanted, so they wouldn't have to worry about this aspect. Furthermore, Ji Luoyu was one of the people in charge of White Tiger Continent's Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they married her, they would be able to form a relationship with the profound world's most powerful trading company. Then wouldn't they be lying on piles of money in the future? No matter how they thought about it, these young talents all felt that this was an extremely good opportunity. Hence, they all went to pay a visit, hoping to meet Ji Luoyu alone and get closer to her. However, what made them disappointed was that Ji Luoyu completely closed the door to all visitors, not giving any face to anyone. Until today, when Ji Luoyu came out to pay a visit to Ling Xiao and was seen by them. Hence, word spread from mouth to mouth, and within an hour, there were over 1,000 people gathered at the entrance of Qingshu College. Of course, they wouldn't barge into Qingshu College like the three phoenixes. They only came here to meet Ji Luoyu. But after waiting bitterly, Ji Luoyu still didn't come out. Hence, some people started to get impatient. What the hell? Lady Luoyu has already gone in for more than an hour, and she still hasn't come out. Could it be that Ling Xiao has put her under house arrest? Once they thought that Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu could possibly be alone inside, chatting happily, these youngsters were filled with envy and jealousy, to the extent that they didn't know how to speak properly. Let's keep our voices down. Ling Xiao, that fellow isn't a good person. We can't afford to offend him. It was normal for some people to recognize Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had done so many spectacular things in the imperial capital. If these people didn't even know him, they would be too ignorant. Of course, there were also many people he didn't know because they had all rushed over from the 7 Martial Sect Island and the 5 Immortal Island. There were also people who had originally traveled outside and were now returning to the imperial capital. These people were not familiar with Ling Xiao at all. He had no interest in caring about it. Hearing that someone was frightened by Ling Xiao, someone asked, "What exactly is that Ling Xiao? Why are you so scared? You don't even dare to provoke him?" "He is not a thing." Someone replied, "He's a monster who kills without batting an eyelid." The person who answered was obviously someone who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. He couldn't wait to describe Ling Xiao as a ferocious-looking guy. "Let's not talk about whether he is a monster or not. Even if he is, I will kill him if he provokes me. You bunch of good-for-nothings, hurry up and get out of the way. Can't you see that young Master Qingshan is here?" Suddenly, an arrogant voice interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look. Originally, they were quite angry, but when they saw 3 people walking over, they immediately shut their mouths. Fengming Qingshan, the 8th son of Fengming Wuliang, had a cultivation of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm and was one of the core divine guards of justice. He had been furthering his studies in the Chang'e Celestial Island and had just returned to the imperial capital recently. He knew that his younger brother, Fengming Heishan, was killed by Ling Xiao. This was what his father, Fengming Wuliang, told him personally. However, his father also said that he didn't want him to take revenge. He didn't want to take revenge. This was because he had always been on bad terms with his 9th and 10th brother. Moreover, they were only half-brothers. He came today to look for Ji Luoyu. The 2 beside him were the deputy commanders of the Imperial Army in the Imperial Palace. They were both 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The one who spoke first was one of the people with a headscarf on his head. He looked to be around 30 years old, and his face was cold and arrogant. "Young Master Qingshan." Everyone lowered their heads and cupped their hands. Although Fengming Qingshan wasn't the heir apparent, he was still the son of an emperor. His position was also incomparably high. "Is Lady Luoyu really inside?" Fengming Qingshan asked. "Of course Lady Luoyu is inside." We saw it with our own eyes. Moreover, she has been inside for more than an hour. We are worried that something might have happened to her. One of them said, "Something might have happened to her?" That was pure nonsense. They were deliberately looking for trouble. This was Qingshu College. What could happen to Ji Luoyu? Who could do anything to her? This was nothing more than someone finding an excuse to go in and look for her. Lady Luoyu is our Divine Phoenix Empire's esteemed guest. If something happens to her, we won't be able to explain it. Fengming Qingshan directly used this excuse to walk into Qingshu College. However, he was stopped just as he reached the entrance. "You bunch of good-for-nothings dare to stop me?" Feng Mingqing looked at the few martial warriors guarding the door with disdain, revealing a strong sense of contempt. This was because these martial artists were all celestial realm martial artists. Moreover, their cultivation was only around 8 desolation heaven. He didn't even need to make a move. His lackeys could easily deal with them. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but secretly applaud. They didn't dare to barge into Qingshu College rashly because Sword Huangzi died after coming here. Now that a bold person had appeared, it was a good opportunity to diss Qingshu College. They could also see some clues as they stood behind. However, everyone was still in a good mood. After all, even Fengming Qingshan, who had such a high status, was stopped, let alone them. "This is Qingshu College," the martial artist guarding the entrance said coldly. "Young Master Qingshan, if you want to visit, we can inform them. However, I'm sure you know the consequences of barging into the college. A few days ago, Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Vermilion Bird Huangzi, and Sword Huangzi came to Qingshu College to cause trouble. You should have heard about it, right? Are you threatening me?" Fengming Qingshan's expression suddenly turned cold. Of course, he had heard about Sword Huangzi. However, he boasted that his cultivation was stronger than Sword Demon. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. "I don't dare to threaten young Master Qingshan. However, this is the rule of Qingshu College." The guard replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You're courting death." Fengming Qingshan had been traveling outside and suffered a lot. When he returned to the Divine Phoenix capital, he thought that he could flaunt his strength. However, who knew that he couldn't even enter Qingshu College's gate? Instantly, anger rose in his heart. He suddenly slapped at the guard. Although he didn't intend to kill, he could still bear the responsibility of injuring the guard. Bam! A figure rushed in front of him and blocked his palm. Fengming Qingshan suddenly felt an evil aura enter his body, causing him to shiver. Although he didn't suffer any losses from this palm strike, it was indeed blocked. Are all the sons of Fengming Wuliang so rude and barbaric? The person who came was naturally Ling Xiao. He was also the one who spoke. Of course, he was also the one who attacked. Next to him stood the pretty and lively Ji Luoyu on his left, and the cold and quiet Cold Plum on his right. All the men couldn't help but release a strong sense of jealousy. "How dare you? How dare you insult the royal family?" Fengming Qingshan was instantly furious. Chapter 1398. Fengming Qingshan angrily rebuked. "You're just a heavenly dragon king who was conferred the title. In the end, you're just a servant of our Divine Phoenix clan. This throne can be given to you, but it can also be taken back at any time." Hee, young Master Qingshan is right. This Ling Xiao is too daring, and a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He tried to seduce Lady Luoyu. You can't let him off so easily. A cold voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao ignored Fengming Qingshan and looked at this person instead. Jade Wave Sword, Emotsong. This person actually didn't die? Ling Xiao was extremely surprised. When he was in the city of Sin, almost everyone was killed by Fengming Zhao's men, and Emotsong was among them. Ling Xiao clearly saw this person being killed, so how could he still be alive? And what's with this tyrannical cold aura that emerged from this guy's body? It seems like his cultivation is much stronger than when he was in the city of Sin. The reason why he was more concerned about Emotsong was because he had a lot of enmity with Jade Wave Island. Jade Wave Island wanted to kill him, but was almost destroyed by him instead. Now that the island was taken over by Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Emotsong was probably the only one left. Would Emote Song want revenge? You're wrong. My throne was obtained through battle achievements, while your father's position as monarch was bestowed upon him by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. If I remember correctly, this year should be the year of the general election. I wonder if that old thing Fengming Wuliang still has the qualifications to continue his term. Speaking of which, who do you think you are? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Feng Mingqing Shan's face turned red, but he didn't refute, because he had heard that Ling Xiao was a sharp-tongued person. Arguing with him was purely looking for trouble. Therefore, he looked at Ji Luoyu and said, Miss Luoyu, you are the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa, and also the daughter of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Lord Ji Qing. Why would you mix around with a human with a beggar background like Ling Xiao? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? I don't think so. Although Ling Xiao's background is lowly, he is the Heavenly Emperor who single-handedly created the Heavenly Empire. He is also the champion of the Alchemy Conference in the city of Sin. He is also the Heavenly Dragon King of your Divine Phoenix Empire. He is also a genius who defeated several Huangzi. Why do I feel that in comparison, you seem to be far behind him? Ji Luoyu's words were not because she wanted to squeeze Fengming's Green Mountain, but because that was what she thought in her heart. The halo around Ling Xiao's body was much brighter than that of his peers. On the contrary, she didn't understand whether those people who looked down on Ling Xiao had lost their minds. He actually had such a weird idea. Luoyu, am I that good? Ling Xiao was stunned and asked. Of course. I'm afraid that even you haven't realized it yourself. You are now the most popular person in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Those who can be compared to you are probably as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Otherwise, why would this lady fancy you? Ji Luoyu couldn't help but let it slip. She hurriedly covered her mouth, and in the next moment, her charming face flushed red. Hearing Ji Luoyu's words, Fengming's Green Mountain and the rest were even angrier. If Ji Luoyu only interacted with Ling Xiao as a friend, they could still accept it. But hearing Ji Luoyu's words, it was obvious that she liked Ling Xiao. How could they accept this? Ling Xiao, you coward. If you have the ability, then don't always be protected by a woman. I look down on you. Fengming's Green Mountain glanced at Ji Luoyu, then glanced at Cold Plum. He was deeply afraid of Cold Plum. If Cold Plum wasn't here, he would have already made a move. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he was cowardly. Then as a man, you are actually afraid of two women. Isn't that even more disdainful? Ling Xiao had never felt that being protected by a woman was something shameful. To be able to obtain the protection of a beauty, that was also his ability. Of course, even though that was the case, Fengming's Green Mountain, this grandson, didn't need Cold Plum to make a move. He took a step forward and said with a smile, Feng Mingqing, now that I've stepped forward, what do you want? What do I want? Feng Mingqing frowned and said, this young master only has one request, and that is to stay away from Lady Luoyu. Your status is simply not worthy of her. She is the descendant of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family, and I am the descendant of the Divine Phoenix Emperor. We are a match made in heaven. You, a thing of beggar origin, standing together with Lady Luoyu. Don't you feel like a fresh flower inserted into cow dung? A fresh flower inserted into cow dung will bloom even more beautifully. But if it is trampled by you so-called nobles, then it won't be far from withering. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you always say whether I'm worthy or not. You say something about a match made in heaven, but perhaps in the eyes of others, a beggar like me is even higher than you nobles. Perhaps it was to cooperate with Ling Xiao's words. Ji Luoyu actually grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and revealed a cute and helpless expression. This scene caused the eyes of thousands of people present to turn red. Ji Luoyu actually whispered sweet nothings to Ling Xiao in front of them, secretly sending flirtatious glances at him. Who would be able to endure this? Lady Luoyu, did this fellow Ling Xiao do something to you? He is an alchemist. Did he use some kind of hallucinogenic medicine to make you so muddle-headed? Feng Mingqing said loudly, this fellow Ling Xiao is only a phoenix man who wants to climb higher. He is only with you now because he wants to use you to get close to the Medicine King and your father Ji Qing. Once he's done using you, he will kick you aside. I am not the same. I sincerely like you, Lady Luoyu. You must clearly distinguish between right and wrong. You must not be deceived by this person's flowery words. He wants to rely on me to climb higher? Then what are you, Feng Mingqing, thinking? If I was just a beggar, would you still treat me like this? Ji Luoyu coldly looked at Feng Mingqing Shan and said, Don't make yourself out to be so righteous. You are actually not that great. The ones who want to use me to get close to my master and father are you all, not Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to hug your thighs, he would not have offended so many people. He would be like many of you, climbing up to the powerful and becoming their dog. Being scolded by Ji Luoyu, many people lowered their heads. Among them, there were heaven's favored sons and young talents. However, many of them chose to be other people's dogs. They did not have their own thoughts or revenge and were completely following their master's orders. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, in order to protect his dignity and his friends, did not hesitate to go against many strong enemies. This was a real man. A portion of people felt ashamed and turned to leave quietly. In a moment, there were only 200 to 300 people left. The remaining people were basically the descendants of nobles. They were naturally not the lapdogs that Ji Luoyu said, so they felt that they had no reason to leave. Chapter 1399. Ling Xiao, I don't care why Lady Luoyu has abandoned herself, but if you don't swear to leave her today, I won't let you have an easy time. Feng Mingqing Shan stared coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ji Luoyu to leave Ling Xiao, so he could only resort to extreme measures. I've abandoned myself? Ji Luoyu simply found it hilarious. Just as she was about to flip out, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Mingqing Shan and said, You won't let me have an easy time? What do you plan to do? Do you dare to accept my challenge one-on-one without the help of a woman? Feng Mingqing Shan sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. There are a total of 3 moves, and as long as you can take them, I'll forget about today's matter. If Lady Luoyu wants to follow you, I won't interfere. 3 moves? Many people couldn't help but sneer when they heard this. Feng Mingqing Shan was a martial artist at the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to take 3 moves from him, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Feng Mingqing Shan, who I follow is my business. What does it have to do with you? You're crazy. Ji Luoyu didn't want Ling Xiao to be injured because of her. It was already very difficult to become friends with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was injured because of Feng Mingqing Shan, then Ling Xiao's friends would probably dislike her. In that case, she really wouldn't be able to call Ling Xiao good friends. She didn't expect too much. After all, she knew that she couldn't compare to the Moon Maiden. But if they couldn't even be friends, then it would be too cruel. Lady Luoyu, you've already been blinded by Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that you won't listen to anything I say, but you have to understand that I'm doing all this for your own good. Feng Mingqing Shan said righteously. What benefits can you get from following Ling Xiao? He has offended the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, the Great Peng race, and even my father. You won't have a good day if you follow him. What he said is not wrong. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Luoyu, I'm an arrogant and unruly fellow who's being watched by many people. Perhaps one day, I'll even implicate you. Don't look down on me just because I'm the #1 disciple of Qingshu College, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Heavenly Dragon King, and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor. But you have to know that this is only because some people feel that I am still qualified to be used, so they let me grow. If one day I am no longer useful, they will definitely get rid of me. Even so, are you still willing to be my friend? Of course. Ji Luoyu said loudly, I know what you said, but I also know that although you are a chess piece on their chessboard, you are a chess piece that they can't control. If they are unlucky because they became friends with you, then I will accept my fate. All right, that's all I need. In truth, Ling Xiao was somewhat moved, but he did not show it. Ji Luoyu had only met him 2 or 3 times, but she was willing to become friends with someone who had offended many important figures. This person was worth befriending. If one said that he was only being polite before, then from this moment on, Ji Luoyu was his friend. But Big Brother Ling, today's matter was caused by me. You don't need to accept Feng Mingqing Shan's provocation. I will take care of this matter. Ji Luoyu was also very gratified that Ling Xiao was willing to acknowledge her as a friend. It was precisely for this reason that she was even more unwilling to see Ling Xiao suffer the slightest harm. She was not particularly clear on Fengming Qingshan's strength, but his fourth grotto heaven realm cultivation was not fake. Moreover, Fengming Qingshan was no ordinary fourth grotto heaven realm martial artist. He was the son of Fengming Wuliang, one of the geniuses of the Ice Phoenix race. It was very dangerous to face such an opponent. Even if there was even the slightest bit of danger, she did not want Ling Xiao to face it. If you like someone, even if you can't get them, you can't let them get hurt. This was Ji Luoyu's thoughts. Ling Xiao was very strong and talented, but at this stage, facing Fengming Qingshan, it was difficult to say if he had a chance of winning. Moreover, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a sudden sneak attack among the 200 to 300 people? If someone were to sneak attack, what would Ling Xiao do? These were all what Ji Luoyu was worried about. Moreover, killing Fengming Qingshan in front of so many people, even Fengming Wuliang would not forgive Ling Xiao. After all, only a few people knew about Fengming Heishan's death, and no one mocked Fengming Wuliang. But today's matter was probably not that simple. Therefore, today's battle, regardless of winning or losing, was not a good thing for Ling Xiao. According to Ji Luoyu's thoughts, for Ling Xiao, she could only take responsibility for this matter. However, she ignored Ling Xiao's character. Facing Fengming Qingshan's provocation, how could Ling Xiao not respond? He had never been a coward. Luoyu, let me settle today's matter. On the surface, they came for you, but in reality, they came for me. I want to see just how much ability this Fengming Qingshan, who thinks so highly of himself and keeps saying that I'm inferior to him, has. Ling Xiao said gently to Ji Luoyu, then looked at Fengming Qingshan and said, "Come, I accept your challenge. Within 3 moves, I will not retaliate. You can attack as you wish." What? Fengming Qingshan thought that he had heard wrongly. Ling Xiao actually dared to accept his challenge? However, after being stunned for a moment, a dense coldness quickly filled his face. Ling Xiao, this idiot, is dead today. Those young talents who admired Ji Luoyu like Fengming Qingshan also had the same thought when they heard Ling Xiao's words. It was said that this Ling Xiao was extremely intelligent, but after seeing him today, it was completely not the case. This fellow was simply an extremely stupid idiot. He dared to accept any kind of challenge? Did he not want to live anymore? He actually said that he would not retaliate within 3 moves. Even if he wanted to die, there was no need to be in such a hurry. Fengming Qingshan, as the 8th son of Fengming Immeasurable, the strength of his cultivation was clear to them. The cultivation of the 4th Grotto Heaven realm, the degree of terror, absolutely crushed the 8th, 9th, and 10th Phoenix sons. It was just that Fengming Immeasurable did not allow his son to participate in the selection of Phoenix sons, hence he did not enter. If Ling Xiao looked down on Fengming Qingshan because of this, then he would not be far from being killed. Ha 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 ha, what a brave man. It's a pity that bravery and recklessness are often separated by a fine line. Others are brave, but this is called stupid. Fengming Qingshan laughed loudly, laughing particularly complacently. 3 moves, and the other party would not retaliate. If it was 1 move, he did not dare to say that he could kill Ling Xiao. After all, this Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. But if within 3 moves, the other party still did not retaliate, and he still could not kill Ling Xiao, then his Fengming Qingshan would not be able to survive. Ji Luoyu glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly smiled. Since you have accepted, then I will support you. But if something happens to you, I will not let him off. Chapter 1400. A threat. This was an obvious threat. Ji Luoyu was telling Fengming Qingshan that if something happened to Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have a good time either. Fengming Qingshan was really intimidated by Ji Luoyu's threat. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but he couldn't offend Ji Luoyu. After all, Medicine King Sun Sa was now an honored guest of their divine Phoenix Empire, and Ji Luoyu was also a popular person in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Once offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hesitating for a moment, Fengming Qingshan suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Luoyu, don't worry, I won't take his life." That's right, he didn't plan to kill Ling Xiao. Killing Ling Xiao and angering Ji Luoyu wasn't worth it. But within 3 moves, crippling Ling Xiao's cultivation and destroying Ling Xiao's cultivation foundation, making him unable to cultivate forever, was still possible. Luoyu, he can't hurt me. Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Luoyu and said with a smile. His gaze revealed an incomparably domineering aura. In that instant, Ji Luoyu actually felt that her worries were unnecessary. It was not as though she had never seen Ling Xiao's strength before. Perhaps she was really worrying for nothing? Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to make my move. Feng Mingqing Shan really couldn't stand the way Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu flirted. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. In his body, the aura began to surge, and a terrifying domain of origin energy was completely released. The power of bloodline was burning. His body was surrounded by the illusion of an ice phoenix, powerful and mysterious. Peak of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm? Powerful indeed. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly and couldn't help but reveal some praise. This Feng Mingqing Shan was only 24 years old this year, but his cultivation had reached the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. Although his talent couldn't be compared to Ji Lingyue and the Demon Wine Sword, he was much more powerful than most martial artists. Phoenix Cry Infinity's sons were all extraordinary. Even the youngest son, Feng Mingyashan, and the 9th son, Feng Mingheishan, were both above average geniuses. Ling Xiao was no stranger to geniuses. He was very clear that his advantage came from the mountain and river martial spirit, as well as his disdainful hard work and crazy cultivation. Other people's advantages could be their family background or rich cultivation resources. He couldn't compare with those people, but he was constantly closing the gap with his own efforts. Now, at least in terms of medicinal pills, he did not lose to anyone. With his alchemy skills, coupled with the help of Princess Yunya and the various medicinal materials provided, the panaceas and miraculous medicines he needed for cultivation would definitely not be lacking. Of course, he wouldn't become arrogant and complacent because of this, nor would he slack off. He would only work harder. At this moment, the ice phoenix on Feng Mingqing's body flapped its wings and let out a clear cry. First move. Feng Mingqing lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth. He clasped his hands together and formed a strange posture. His hands seemed to be about to smash something. Above his hands, a strong power of the ice phoenix was spewing out. It was overbearing and tyrannical. Young Master Qing Shan is indeed Young Master Qing Shan. I think even if it's 1 move, Ling Xiao will find it difficult to take, let alone 3 moves. This attack is really too powerful. Ling Xiao can't take it at all. He's finished. People could feel the natural aura of an emperor emitting from Feng Mingqing Shan's body. Would that dense and cold aura instantly freeze Ling Xiao into an ice cube? Ji Luoyu was a little nervous because he knew that Feng Mingqing Shan would definitely not show mercy. He might not kill Ling Xiao, but he would definitely cripple Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, in fact, sometimes it's better to be a coward. Isn't there a saying that living like a dog is still living? Dying like a hero is still dead. Feng Mingqing Shan's fist shone brighter, and his aura became stronger. In his opinion, this punch was enough to completely eliminate Ling Xiao. There was no need for a 2nd or 3rd move. Perhaps he had overestimated Ling Xiao. In fact, the other party was not that powerful. Ling Xiao just stood there, as if he didn't know the power of Feng Mingqing Shan's attack. This made Feng Mingqing Shan feel uncomfortable. In his opinion, Ling Xiao should be filled with fear and horror. This should be the emotion that Ling Xiao should show the most. Who told you to put on an act? Suddenly, a phoenix cry sounded. Feng Mingqing Shan's fists turned into an ice-cold ball and smashed towards Ling Xiao. The ice ball shattered the void and instantly froze the air. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. Those young talents had already begun to imagine Ling Xiao's miserable appearance after being defeated. Serves him right. Who told him to snatch Lady Luoyu from us? That's right. Let's see what he can be proud of after young Master Qing Shan cripples him. However, in the next moment, their mouths seemed to have been thrown into balls of dung. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ling Xiao was safe and sound. No matter how strong the power is, no matter how grand the scene is, what's the use if you can't hit him? Ling Xiao didn't counterattack, but it didn't mean that he couldn't dodge. He had always believed that his movement technique was his strongest trump card. It was just that he didn't seem to use it recently. Damn it. Feng Ming-Qing Shan frowned and was even more annoyed. Humph, you can dodge the first attack, but can you dodge the second one? He stretched out his right hand, and his entire arm instantly stiffened as if it was frozen. It flickered with a sparkling light, as if he was an ice sculpture. Ice Blade. Using his hand as a blade and strengthening his bloodline. This was a move that Feng Ming-Qing Shan had comprehended himself. He gently raised his right hand, and then a terrifying domain of origin energy continuously poured out. Immediately after, a huge ice blade condensed from the domain of origin energy and water elements appeared in front of everyone. This time, let's see how you dodge. The blade rose and fell. The entire ground trembled. The range of this move was too large. Even with Ling Xiao's movement technique, it was difficult to escape from the attack range. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He stood there and stretched out his right hand, but he didn't attack. His entire right hand was burning with a blazing light. At this moment, the scarlet sun feather raiment completely condensed into a glove, condensing all the defensive power to a point. Boom! The terrifying power slashed down, but it was actually caught by Ling Xiao. Although half of his body was smashed into the ground, the huge ice blade couldn't move. It was stuck in Ling Xiao's right hand, unable to move. What? He can even block this? It seems that Ling Xiao's reputation isn't undeserved. Nonsense. How can someone who can kill Sword Huangzi be weak? Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. The discussions of the crowd changed too easily. As Ling Xiao had blocked 2 consecutive attacks from Feng Ming-Qing Shan without being injured, their judgment of Ling Xiao had naturally increased by a level. Chapter 1401. You have one last chance. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Feng Ming-Qing Shan and said with a sneer, "You won't be able to block the third move." Feng Ming-Qing Shan didn't intend to hold back. He had already lost his last bit of rationality. He said that he would cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. If he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. So in the end, even if he had to kill Ling Xiao and offend Ji Luoyu, he had to go all out. The power of his bloodline was completely ignited. A pair of wings made of ice crystals grew out of Feng Ming-Qing Shan's back. His body was becoming more and more like an ice phoenix. The only difference was that his face was still human, and he was still standing. The bloodline is completely ignited. The power of the ice phoenix has completely erupted. You won't have a chance. Feng Ming-Qing Shan rose into the air, and his entire body was integrated into the attack. He was like an ice phoenix that was ready to hunt at any time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. No one noticed that his shadow had already left his body and hidden to the side under the protection of the tree. Kill! The huge ice phoenix rushed down, and a terrifying attack that was several times stronger than the previous 2 attacks directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Die! You've completely angered me, so I don't plan to give you a chance. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything. He just stood there, motionless, as if he had lost his soul. But when Feng Ming-Qing Shan's attack was less than a foot away from him, he muttered, "Change." Boom. His voice was instantly drowned out by the attack. Then, a 6 to 7 square, 3 to 4 meters deep crater was blasted open on the ground. Big Brother Ling. Ji Luoyu shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over to check on Ling Xiao's situation. However, he was stopped by Lung Mei at the side. "Master is fine." It was just a simple sentence, but it made Ji Luoyu stunned. Ling Xiao was fine? How was that possible? That strike just now had completely obliterated Ling Xiao's bones. Yet Cold Plum said that he was fine? What was this woman thinking? Was Ling Xiao still her master? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao. It's too late for you to regret now. Don't blame me even if you die. You can only blame yourself for fighting over a woman with me. Looking at Ling Xiao, who had been smashed to pieces in the deep pit, and not even a single hair was left, Feng Ming-Qing Shan laughed excitedly. Do we really have to kill Ling Xiao? The crowd was also shocked. After all, for such a long time, there were too many people who wanted Ling Xiao's life, but no one had actually killed Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Qingshan actually did it. This was truly inconceivable. So what if he's killed? What's the big deal? To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao is only at the level of Sword Huangzi. He's a far cry from young Master Qingshan. Someone else said, "That's true. But if we kill Ling Xiao, will the Moon Lady spare young Master Qingshan?" Someone was worried. In the imperial capital, there was an important reason why many people didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, and that was naturally the existence of the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was too powerful. Many people were afraid that the Moon Lady would take revenge after killing Ling Xiao. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Xiao was able to live peacefully. What's there to be afraid of? As long as young Master Qingshan hides in the palace, even the Moon Lady won't be able to barge in. The Ice Phoenix Tribe, Fiery Phoenix Tribe, and Dark Phoenix Tribe all have their own experts. They won't let the Moon Lady mess around. Everyone was discussing, but they didn't notice a person walking out from the dark shade. Above this person's head, there was a giant sword that was cold and sinister. What are you guys so happy about? It's just breaking the air. Is there a need to be so happy? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Ji Luoyu was crying tears of joy. Feng Ming Qingshan was trembling all over. Impossible. I clearly saw you standing there and being hit. How can you still be alive? This is absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack didn't kill Ling Xiao. I've said it before. No matter how strong the attack is, it's meaningless if it can't hit the target. Ling Xiao said calmly. Now that the 3 moves have passed, it's my turn. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he reached out and grabbed the divine sword of light that was hanging above his head. Feng Ming Qingshan could feel that the seemingly intangible sword was emitting an extremely terrifying and powerful aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'll give you a chance to block it. 1 move. I'll only use 1 move. If you can block it, you can get lost. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Feng Ming Qingshan with disdain and contempt on his face. Feng Ming Qingshan's actions were too disdainful. I don't believe that your attack can be that strong. Feng Ming Qingshan felt a strong sense of humiliation. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he dared to say that he would cripple him in 1 move. How could he accept this? The bloodline power in his body condensed together again. This time, he used his power on defense. His entire body was protected by the thick ice phoenix body. Are you ready? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Come. I'd like to see how you can be so sure. Feng Ming Qingshan roared. Ling Xiao smiled, held the giant sword with both hands, and then stabbed out. The first transformation of the divine sword of light, Rising Sun Change. To kill Feng Ming Qingshan was actually not an easy task. Ling Xiao was very clear on this point. So the moment he made his move, he directly used the Rising Sun Change of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. A bright light swallowed everything. The moment the huge sword of light touched the ice phoenix, it completely pierced through it. A terrifyingly high temperature began to be released, and the ice phoenix began to melt. In the terrifyingly high temperature, the phoenix also became useless. In the crowd, those who were originally hostile to Ling Xiao looked at all of this with frightened and incredulous eyes. They were scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao's sword was too terrifying. It easily broke the defensive move that Feng Ming Qingshan had painstakingly condensed. No, impossible. A mournful scream came from Feng Ming Qingshan's mouth. Even though he opened his wings in that instant and soared hundreds of meters into the air, there was still sword chi in his body that was constantly torturing him. On his body, the scorching heat burned his skin, leaving ugly scars all over his body. However, the pain on his body could not be compared to the pain on his heart. He thought that he could cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after he failed to injure Ling Xiao in 3 moves, Ling Xiao would instead be able to injure him in 1 move. Crushing. He could feel the terror of being crushed by someone else's strength. But Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. How could he be so strong? He did not understand. It was even more unacceptable. The crowd suddenly became completely silent. They were really unable to accept such a result. Chapter 1402. Those noble young talents thought that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he would not be able to take advantage of Feng Ming Qing Shan, a fourth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He might even be easily defeated. However, the cruel truth told them that they were wrong. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. The reason why Ling Xiao was not dead even after being assassinated by so many people was definitely not as simple as being protected by a few women. His own strength was equally astonishing. It's important to know one's own limits. I ignored you because I disdained you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If Luoyu follows you, I'm afraid she will be killed by you one day. You won't even know where you went wrong, trash. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Feng Ming Qing Shan, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. His words contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Feng Ming Qing Shan landed on the ground. Because the sword qi in his body made him unable to maintain flight, even the ice crystal wings had been retracted back into his body. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. That terrifying sword qi was mixed with intense heat, as if he was being roasted by Ling Xiao. He could feel that his internal organs were being burned by this high temperature, and his meridians were being tortured by pain. Scram, I'll spare your life today. Consider it giving Feng Ming Wuliang some face. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Feng Ming Qing Shan and said coldly, You want me to scram? Feng Ming Qing Shan really couldn't accept a beggar telling him to scram. That's right, I want you to scram, Ling Xiao said. Feng Ming Qing Shan finally suppressed the crazy sword qi in his body for the time being, and then stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous gaze. This person was too hateful. Not only did he make him lose face in front of Ji Luoyu, but he also told him to scram? What did he take him for? But he was really afraid of Ling Xiao, and really didn't dare to do anything. He slowly stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You will definitely regret it. The outcome of snatching a woman from me will be very miserable. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop! Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded behind him. Do you not understand human language? I asked you to scram, not leave. What? Feng Ming Qing Shan paused. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's scram meant that he wanted them to leave, but it seemed like they had misunderstood. Ling Xiao's so-called roll was really rolling on the ground. How could Feng Ming Qing accept such a thing? In his chest, there was a ball of burning rage that was constantly expanding and burning. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Feng Ming Qing Shan roared. I'm going too far? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Ling Xiao coldly said, When you forced me to fight with you just now, did you ever think that you would be even more overbearing? Feng Ming Qing clenched his fists tightly. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. He really wanted to attack with all his might and vent all his anger on Ling Xiao, but he didn't dare. The scene just now was still vivid in his mind. His fear of Ling Xiao had been deeply implanted in the bottom of his heart. He was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. But he didn't want to roll away. If he really did that, he could only hide in the courtyard of the Divine Palace and be a pathetic coward in the future. He, Feng Ming Qing Shan, was the son of the Imperial Emperor and a genius of the Ice Phoenix clan. His cultivation was powerful and his talent was outstanding. He was originally one of the best of the younger generation. Coupled with his powerful background, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like today. Even the two princes didn't dare to do so. However, today, Ling Xiao actually asked him to roll away from here. This was clearly deliberately humiliating him and making him lose face. Looking at Ling Xiao's mocking and cold gaze, the anger in Feng Ming Qing Shan's heart burned even more vigorously. Looking at the aristocratic warriors who hadn't left, although they didn't dare to show their contempt and disdain, their eyes couldn't hide the ridicule and ridicule. That fire was finally about to erupt completely. However, what made him finally decide to fight back was still a sentence. Young Master Qing Shan, you do it. I'll kill him. Feng Ming Qing Shan could tell that this was the voice of Blue Wave Sword Emokong. They had been in contact with each other outside. Although they weren't friends, they were allies because they didn't like Ling Xiao very much. Hearing this, Feng Ming Qing Shan finally made up his mind. I'll roll. He gritted his teeth and began to roll back the way he came. and the path he took just happened to pass by Ling Xiao. When he was only about a meter away, he suddenly burst out and condensed an ice sword in his hands. Although it wasn't as big as the previous ice blade, it was more suitable for a sneak attack. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. How could he let Feng Ming Qingshan leave so easily? They had already formed a deadly feud. If he didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble in the future. Because of this, he asked Feng Ming Qingshan to roll away. He deliberately provoked the other party. If Feng Ming Qingshan could endure being a coward, then he really couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, Feng Ming Qingshan wasn't the kind of person who could endure silently. As the son of Feng Ming Immeasurable, he was used to the feeling of being held high. Now that someone suddenly wanted to ruthlessly trample him under his feet, how could he agree? Therefore, Feng Ming Qingshan's sneak attack was inevitable. Ling Xiao had long since been prepared to deal with all of this. On the surface, he was reckless and impulsive, but in reality, he was very careful. Some of the seemingly accidental events were actually deliberately facilitated by him. If Feng Ming Qingshan didn't sneak attack him, then he wouldn't have enough reason to kill him. It was a pity that Feng Ming Qingshan didn't know this. His choice was destined to be crippled today. Ling Xiao's body retreated slightly, and then he stepped forward again. On his fists, blazing power of light condensed, and like a blade, it quickly elongated. Then, this ice-cold blade slashed onto Feng Ming Qingshan's ice sword. That ice sword instantly disintegrated, turning into ice flowers on the ground. You're courting death, so don't blame me. Above his head, a divine sword of light hung. Ling Xiao held this divine sword in his hand, and was about to slash Feng Ming Qingshan under his sword. It's still not certain who will die. Feng Ming Qingshan sneered, not intending to fight Ling Xiao head-on. His hands suddenly released a terrifying cold air. In that instant, Ling Xiao's entire body was actually frozen in this ice crystal. Although Feng Ming Qingshan understood very well that such a trick wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be able to hurt Ling Xiao like this. He dared to make a move because he had a helper. Just as Ling Xiao was frozen by the ice crystal, a silent sword light pierced through the void, piercing towards Ling Xiao. It didn't have a gorgeous appearance. There was no dazzling light, but it was like a deadly poisonous snake. Once bitten, one would definitely die. Everyone stared at this sword with their mouths agape. Chapter 1403. It's Emotsong, Emerald Wave Sword Emotsong. The crowd exclaimed when they discovered the attacker. No wonder the sword was so swift, so cunning, and so ruthless. It's Emotsong from Emerald Wave Island. He's the #1 expert among the younger generation of Emerald Wave Island. Yes, his cultivation isn't inferior to young Master Qingshan's, but why did he sneak an attack on Ling Xiao? Who knows? It's probably because of the enmity in the past. The crowd was shocked for a moment before they scrambled to shout. Emerald Wave Sword Emotsong was powerful. Ling Xiao hadn't fought with him in the City of Sin, so he didn't know this person at all. Although he had expected to be attacked by this guy today, the strength and ruthlessness of the other party's move surprised him. This sword was extremely powerful. Emotsong clearly wanted to take his life. Others didn't know why Emotsong did this, but Ling Xiao was very clear. Emerald Wave Island was basically destroyed by him. It would be strange if Emotsong didn't seek revenge. Break. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He released a scorching power from his body and instantly shattered the ice crystal. At the same time, he raised his left hand and the divine light sword met the attack. Die. Emotsong roared furiously. He had waited for this day for too long. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would still be the young master of Emerald Wave Island and a hero in the hearts of countless young warriors. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have more resources to break through the difficulties and raise his cultivation to a higher level before the Dragon Phoenix selection. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, his father wouldn't have died, Emerald Wave Island wouldn't have been destroyed, and he wouldn't have submitted to the Ice Phoenix clan like a dog and become someone's slave. He blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. Although he had never fought with Ling Xiao and almost died not because of Ling Xiao, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This was because he didn't dare to seek revenge from his real enemy. The Ice Phoenix clan was too powerful. With his own strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them with a single finger. Song, who was lucky enough to survive, came to the Divine Phoenix capital. He had originally planned to join the Phoenix Academy, but they simply looked down on him, the young master who had lost Emerald Ripple Island. The Ice Phoenix clan had promised to help him, but they wanted to make him their slave. For the sake of revenge, he had abandoned his dignity. At this moment, including the resentment of being a slave, he wanted to vent all of it on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao must die. Phoenix Cry, instant freeze. At this time, Phoenix Cry Qingshan did not give up on attacking. Although Song's sneak attack seemed very safe, after witnessing Ling Xiao's ability, he did not dare to be careless. Unless Ling Xiao died, he would never stop attacking. Today, either Ling Xiao or he would die. That was the current situation. Big brother Ling, let me help you. Ji Luoyu jumped out and was about to join the fight. Step back, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Two shameless villains can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao was already used to the shamelessness of these enemies. Therefore, he never had any illusions that his opponents could really fight him one-on-one. In fact, he could let Cold Plum take action. As long as Cold Plum took action, these two people would die without a doubt. But he did not do so, because there was no need. Although Phoenix Cry Qingshan and Motsong worked together, ordinary 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would probably be killed. But Ling Xiao was not ordinary. And in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Qingshan was just a defeated opponent. At this time, it would be good if Phoenix Cry Qingshan could use half of his strength. Clang! An ear-piercing sound finally exploded. Ling Xiao's divine light sword clashed with Song's emerald ripple sword. The terrifying impact caused the gravel on the ground to fly everywhere. Many people could not open their eyes because of the terrifying wind. Ling Xiao borrowed the force of the collision to quickly retreat, avoiding Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack. Then, he looked at Phoenix Cry Qingshan and said, "You better not take action. Otherwise, I don't need to take action, and you will die without a doubt." Bullshit, now you're afraid, but it's useless. You must die today. Phoenix Cry Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot. How could he believe Ling Xiao's words? In his opinion, Ling Xiao said such nonsense because he could not face him and Song at the same time. It was simply ridiculous. So strong. Everyone's judgment of Ling Xiao increased by another level. Just now, it was really a moment of life and death. Song's sneak attack was silent. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Coupled with Phoenix Cry Qingshan's harassment, an ordinary martial artist would probably panic in such a situation. But Ling Xiao seemed to have predicted everything from the beginning and proceeded steadily according to his plan. Making use of Song's sword to avoid Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack was simply an art. It was no longer a martial technique. Song's face was slightly ugly. He seized the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Xiao, but he did not expect that he could not even touch a hair of his opponent. Ling Xiao, this terrifying guy, seemed to be able to calculate, as if he had accurately predicted what he would do, and even made use of his attack. This guy was not so strong when he was in the City of Sin. It had not even been half a year. How could he be so terrifying? No, he must kill him today. Otherwise, there would be no more chances in the future. Song gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. The murderous intent on the emerald wave sword in his hand intensified. His body did not retreat, and his long sword pierced again. In an instant, he was close to Ling Xiao again. Originally, Emerald Wave Island could have kept you as the only seedling, but now, it seems like you don't want to live. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He originally did not want to kill Kong. After all, during the incident in the City of Sin, Song did not fight with him. But now, Song wanted to kill him. With his personality, how could he let go of someone who wanted to kill him? Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Divine Sword of Light, Change of the Rising Sun. The Divine Sword of Light, which was originally used to block attacks, suddenly became even more dazzling. Phoenix Cry Qingshan, who was rushing over, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. He was not going to live. Looking at Ling Xiao again, The sun-like divine sword of light in his hand clashed with Song's emerald wave sword once again. It was only a moment of contact, but the emerald wave sword turned completely red, as if it had been burned. This terrifying heat spread from the emerald wave sword to Song's right hand. His right hand and arm became a bloody mess in an instant, and the rot accelerated. Song finally screamed, and threw away the emerald wave sword in his hand, which was almost completely red, as if he was throwing away a poisonous snake that could take his life at any time. And his right hand, which was holding the sword, was now completely crippled. Chapter 1404. Song's arm was not only badly mutilated, but even his bones were completely deformed, as if his arm had been thrown into a high temperature and burned. That ugly and terrifying appearance caused many people to involuntarily tremble in their hearts. Song's cultivation was similar to Feng Mingqing's, but he seemed to be more seriously injured, because Feng Mingqing was defending with all his strength when he was attacked. But Song was attacking with all his strength, and did not do anything to defend. Looking at the other side, Feng Mingqing's situation was also very strange. Ling Xiao did not attack him, but he suddenly fell to the ground, on the verge of death, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and was extremely miserable. I've said it before, if you don't attack, you can still live. Once you attack me, you'll be asking for trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Why is it like this? Feng Mingqing could not understand how he could be like this. It's very simple. My sword energy has already caused your internal organs to be in an extremely weak state. If you go back and properly recuperate, you might be able to recover in the future. However, you chose to fight, so your extremely weak internal organs quickly ruptured. Naturally, you ended up like this. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is called the evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own doing are the hardest to bear. You asked for it, so you can't blame others." Ling Xiao, that guy is really terrifying. 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. One of them was beaten to a pulp by him and is about to die. The other one's right arm is also completely crippled. I'm afraid his strength will also be greatly reduced. Those young geniuses who were usually high and mighty all trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. They were thinking, if the one who fought with Ling Xiao just now was not Feng Mingqing and Song, but them, what kind of situation would it be? When they thought of that ending, they felt their entire bodies tremble. This was too shocking. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had only used the divine sword of light to attack. He did not use anything else, and he had defeated 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This guy was only a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His battle prowess was indeed much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Song had already retreated several hundred meters away. Looking at his bloody right arm, he was terrified and confused. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, and it was clearly a sneak attack. But now, his opponent was completely unharmed, while he, the attacker, was severely injured. This sort of humiliation was simply unbearable to him. Why? Why is God so unfair to me? That demon killed so many of my Jade Wave Island's people, but he's still alive. Why can't I kill him? He looked up to the sky and roared, feeling a strong sense of indignation for his fate. The heavens are unfair? The heavens have already treated your Emerald Ripple Island well enough. Ling Xiao couldn't help sneering. Heaven gave you at least 3 chances to repent and let you stop. But you didn't. Your island is full of self-righteous people who want to take my life and seize the Imperial Jade Seal and Human King's notes. Your actions are courting death. If the heavens don't let you die, that would be the real injustice. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Song wasn't willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, he didn't want to listen. If he did, then wouldn't the people who died on his Emerald Ripple Island really be courting death? Their deaths were worthless and meaningless. Big Brother Ling, are you all right? Ji Luoyu rushed over anxiously. She sized up Ling Xiao and confirmed that Ling Xiao was really fine. Then she smiled bitterly. You're simply a monster. I've already noticed it when we were in the City of Sin. Although I'm not a monster, It's more than enough to deal with these two pieces of trash. They're actually right about one thing. I did rely on women to survive until now, but I feel honored, not ashamed. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if women are willing to protect me, that's my ability. Also, I have the confidence to protect them in the future. But these two pieces of trash really don't have the right to talk about me. Because to deal with them, I don't need Sister Moon Maiden and Cold Plum to do anything. Of course, Luoyu, you don't have to help either. At this moment, Feng Ming Qing Shan, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the sky in pain. He didn't have the mood to be jealous of Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu talking intimately. Humans really valued their own lives more. When his life was about to end, women shouldn't be that important to him anymore. However, Emotsong and the others were mad with jealousy. But they didn't dare to do anything. They didn't even dare to say anything. Ling Xiao had already displayed his powerful strength. Who would dare to talk nonsense here? Unless their brains weren't working well and they didn't want to live anymore, they wouldn't be so stupid. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qing Shan indifferently and said, I took 3 of your moves, and you took 1 of mine. I was going easy on you, but you didn't know how to respect yourself and insisted on seeking death. Now, I think even the gods can't save you. Then, he looked at the 2 captains of the Imperial Guards who came with Feng Ming Qing Shan and said, take your master and scram. I don't want to see him again. Otherwise, I will kill him. Hearing Ling Xiao's threat, Feng Ming Qing Shan was furious and aggrieved, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, there was blood in his throat. He couldn't even speak. The 2 captains of the Imperial Guards only dared to approach Feng Ming Qing Shan after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They took out healing elixirs and fed them to Feng Ming Qing Shan. However, they weren't in a hurry to leave, because Feng Ming Qing Shan's situation couldn't withstand the torment. But they still sent someone to the palace to ask for help. Feng Ming Qing Shan was Feng Ming Wuliang's biological son. Even if Feng Ming Wuliang was ruthless, he wouldn't dare to leave his biological son to die in front of so many people. If he really did that, even the people of the Ice Phoenix clan would look down on him. Ling Xiao didn't stop the Imperial Guard. He heard that the Ice Phoenix clan had a heavy sword called Ice's Fury. Although it was of the ice attribute, to him, any attribute could be converted. He needed a heavy sword to use now. As long as Feng Ming Wuliang wanted to save Feng Ming Qing Shan, he had to give him the Ice's Fury. Otherwise, he dared to guarantee that even if Medicine King Sun Sa personally made a move, he wouldn't be able to save Feng Ming Qing Shan. With a slight smile, his gaze became cold again. Then, he looked at Emotsong, his murderous intent skyrocketing. Emerald Wave Sword Emotsong. Although you are very pitiful now, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. I said that I won't let go of anyone who dares to kill me. Ling Xiao slowly raised his foot and walked towards Emokong. He coldly said, you didn't have to die, but this time, you must die. Even though I don't know how you managed to survive in the City of Sin, I'm guessing that you must have cultivated some special martial arts. It doesn't matter. I will let you die completely this time. You won't have to suffer the pain of this world anymore. Chapter 1405. Emotsong's sword-wielding right arm was completely crippled. At this moment, his strength was definitely greatly reduced. That was why he was terrified. When he was at his peak, he couldn't even kill Ling Xiao with a sneak attack. Now that his right arm was crippled, how could he fight? It was obvious that Ling Xiao wanted him to die. Moreover, he wanted him to die without any mercy. Where it's possible to make mistakes, let them off. When Ling Xiao was dozens of meters away from Emotsong, a domineering and dignified voice sounded. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Today's matter was his fault, but he's already crippled. Why do you have to kill him? It turned out that someone had been watching the show. The crowd turned around and looked at the young man who slowly descended from the treetops. They were filled with surprise. They didn't sense his presence. He had starry eyebrows, sword-like eyes, handsome looks, and a righteous aura. This was probably the kind of person they were talking about. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he didn't know this person. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Noble Sword, Yu Tianya. The young man looked to be about 20 years old, but his aura was stronger than many of the people present. He smiled as he walked towards Emotsung and said calmly, "Noble sword. He's the noble sword?" Someone in the crowd had obviously heard of this person. Could he be the noble sword of Tranquil Celestial Island? It shouldn't be wrong. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. The noble sword is one of the top 6 young experts of Tranquil Celestial Island. I heard that he likes to uphold justice and help others the most. If that's the case, he saved Emotsung today because he pitted Emotsung? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Ling Xiao roughly knew what kind of person the noble sword, Yu Tianya, was. The Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin, and countless young experts were gathering in the Divine Phoenix capital. The noble sword, Yu Tianya, was naturally one of them. However, his surname was quite unique. It was actually Yu. Could it be that he was related to the Yuehua school and the Moonlight Fairy? One had to know that the surnames of the tens of thousands of clans were all related to the experts of the primordial era. Even though Yuehua school had declined, it still had a glorious era. Ling Xiao knew that the Moonlight Fairy's descendant was surnamed Yu, but he did not know if Yu Tianya counted. "Give me some face and let him go," Yu Tianya said with a smile. He appeared to be very gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you that face." Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the gentleman's sword, Yu Tianya, and said, "You should have arrived a long time ago. When the two of them joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me, why didn't you appear?" "Noble sword? I think he's a hypocrite." In fact, Ling Xiao already knew that someone was there, but he didn't know who that person was or whether he was a friend or foe. Just now, when he was at a disadvantage and was ambushed by 2 people, this person did not appear when his life was at stake. Now that he wanted to kill Emotsung, this person suddenly stood out. This kind of favoritism made Ling Xiao very disdainful. Crazy. Ling Xiao is really crazy. Doesn't he know the cultivation of the gentleman's sword? That's the middle stage of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, much stronger than young Master Qingshan and Imokong. Someone actually dared to say that the gentleman's sword was a hypocrite. This made the geniuses of the nobles a little incredulous. Was Ling Xiao's brain really short-circuited? Did he really think that he could look down on everyone just because he defeated Qingshan and Emotsung in a row? Hypocrite? Yu Tianya also frowned and chuckled. No one has ever dared to say that about me. I, the gentleman's sword, save whoever I want to save, and I don't want to save whoever I don't want to save. Do you have any objections? No objections. Ling Xiao shook his head. That's more like it. Then let Emotsung go. Seeing that the everlasting joy ancestor was indebted to you, I can let bygones be bygones. Yu Tianya nodded in satisfaction. He thought that Ling Xiao had given in. However, Ling Xiao's following words made his face turn ashen once again. I don't have any objections to what you do, but don't tell me who to kill. Ling Xiao's voice was clear and clear. What did you say? Yu Tianya frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for the everlasting joy ancestor, he would have already made a move. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it very clearly. I don't want to repeat it. Ling Xiao glanced at Yu Tianya, and the divine light sword in his hand became even more blazing. He had no intention of stopping his steps at all. Yu Tianya looked at Ling Xiao, and his cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Whoosh! A long sword came out of its shell. It was a sword that was suffused with golden light. Its design was luxurious and very beautiful. Moreover, it was a spiritual weapon. Although it was only a mortal grade spiritual weapon was an absolutely crushing existence in front of a divine grade treasure. A Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could already mobilize the power of a mortal grade spiritual weapon. Especially a genius martial artist, they were even more skillful in mobilizing the power of a spiritual weapon. My sword will not show mercy. Yu Tianya looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Ling Xiao's vital points from afar. His aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. If you dare to touch Emotsung, I dare to touch you. There was no room for negotiation. It was domineering and unreasonable. This was the gentleman's sword Yu Tianya. This was the young expert ranked 5th in the everlasting joy immortal island. Ling Xiao was still unmoved and continued to walk forward. The enemy was very strong, but it wasn't the kind of strength that couldn't be defeated. If he had to cower in the face of such an opponent, then he, Ling Xiao, would definitely have an inner demon on his path of martial arts in the future. Since there was difficulty, he would just break through it. There was nothing to be afraid of. Behind him, a rising sun hung high, and all of its blazing light poured onto the divine light sword. He knew that his opponent this time wasn't Emotsong, but Yu Tianya. As long as he could defeat Yu Tianya, he could kill Emotsong if he wanted to. The gentleman's sword Yu Tianya stood in front of Emotsong just like that, looking coldly at Ling Xiao, and Emotsong stood there without moving. He had placed all of his hopes on Yu Tianya. Just now, Yu Tianya actually asked him a question. If I save you, you will become my subordinate and follow me back to the everlasting joy immortal island. How about it? Yu Tianya was an ambitious person. He wasn't satisfied with the everlasting joy immortal island remaining on only one island. He wanted to unify the heavenly dragon continent and divine phoenix continent, and he wanted the everlasting joy immortal island to become the largest empire in the profound world. He had never told this to anyone before. He only carried it out slowly. Although Emotsong's right arm was crippled, puppet technology was so advanced now. It wasn't difficult to reattach a crippled right arm. To the puppet masters of the everlasting joy immortal island, this was as easy as flipping their hands. Therefore, Emotsong could be one of his capable subordinates. As long as he saved Emotsong and asked the Ice Phoenix clan for a slave, the Ice Phoenix clan wouldn't dare to refuse. After all, even the divine Phoenix Empire was under the rule of the everlasting joy immortal island. Chapter 1406. Emotsong had agreed to go with Yu Tianya. He had bet his future on Yu Tianya. This was an absolute powerhouse, much stronger than him. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to get any benefits from this person. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao walked to less than 10 meters away from Yu Tianya and said in a cold voice, I don't want to make things difficult for you out of respect for the everlasting joy ancestor, but don't make a mistake. Mistake? Yu Tianya laughed. Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten him? If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I, Gentleman's Sword, will definitely not let the person I want to save die. Yu Tianya looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? I killed Sword Devil and offended the Permitha Immortal Island. I killed Gao Yangwan and offended the Blackwater Immortal Island. Although the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is slightly stronger than them, they're basically on the same level. I'm giving you a chance now because I don't want to become enemies with the Everlasting Joy Ancestor. He's a good man. Ling Xiao stood there and said slowly in a cold voice, If that's the case, then you can rest assured. I don't belong to the Ancestor's faction in the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. To be more precise, the Ancestor is now a mere figurehead, and I'm one of the instigators. Gentleman's Sword said indifferently. He was not lying. When the Ancestor was injured, the two Vice Island Masters took the opportunity to seize power and get rid of the Ancestor's trusted aides to control the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although Ling Xiao later saved the Ancestor's power at that time was already gone. After returning to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, he announced that he was going into seclusion and publicly handed over power to the two Vice Island Masters. Gentleman's Sword had always been very proud because he was one of the two Vice Island Masters. So that's the case. Then it's easy. When Ling Xiao heard Noble Sword's words, he no longer had any worries. He looked at Noble Sword indifferently. The moment he spoke, an extremely vicious killing intent pounced on Gentleman's Sword and entered Yu Tianya's body. It was like a poisonous insect, wreaking havoc in the depths of Yu Tianya's soul. Yu Tianya actually felt fear, a fear that he had never felt before. He didn't understand. His cultivation was clearly much higher than his opponent's, and his experience wasn't inferior to his opponent's. But why was there such a clear difference in sword intent? Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Yu Tianya's feet actually moved back a little bit. However, he moved back very quickly. However, that subconscious action completely betrayed his inner thoughts. He was actually afraid. He was actually frightened by a mere third grotto heaven realm martial artist. How was this possible? He did not believe that he would be afraid of Ling Xiao. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Suddenly, Yu Tianya coldly shouted and stabbed out with the noble sword in his hand. This sword seemed to have pierced through a long river. Terrifying water poured down from the sky, turning into fierce waves that smashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom! However, before the attack could reach Ling Xiao, it was completely evaporated by the high temperature. The sky was filled with fog, hazy and indistinct. However, it made that trace of subconscious fear in Yu Tianya's heart clearly take root and germinate. His attack was actually so easily neutralized by Ling Xiao. This caused his confidence to drop significantly. 5 meters. 3 meters. Ling Xiao rapidly approached Yu Tianya, completely having no intention of going around Yu Tianya. Since there were obstructions on the way, then he should break through them and not go around them. Although he might still be able to reach his goal by going around them, it would waste time and effort. Moreover, that path would still have obstructions that would forever lie there, difficult to reach. To a martial artist, this was simply a huge taboo. Scram! When he was still around 2 meters away from Yu Tianya, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. The powerful voice fused with a terrifying soul pressure. Yu Tianya's heart seemed to have exploded. His feet finally retreated again, and this time, he retreated a full 2 to 3 steps before he could stand firm. Damn it! Yu Tianya didn't want to retreat at all, but his body didn't seem to listen to his orders at all. He could only use battle to numb himself. His sword pierced out once again, but his heart was already in a mess. The sword technique was simply full of flaws. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to use his sword to block it. He just flicked out a crimson sun all lightly and easily sent the gentleman's sword in Yu Tianya's hand flying. I told you to scram. In that instant, what Yu Tianya saw wasn't Ling Xiao, but a giant beast that could devour the heavens. He was already hallucinating, because that terrifying soul pressure of Ling Xiao's made his rhythm go haywire. His mind also fell into complete chaos. Monster! Yu Tianya cried out in shock. In an instant, he actually fled several hundred meters away like a frightened rabbit, leaving the pitiful Emotsong there. When everyone saw this scene, they simply didn't know how to express their feelings. Gentleman's Sword Yu Tianya, this was a famous young powerhouse in the pugilistic world, the 5th young disciple of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. His performance when facing Ling Xiao was actually inferior to Feng Mingqing Shan. Actually, they didn't know. When Ling Xiao fought with Feng Mingqing Shan and Emotsong, he didn't use his soul power at all. Otherwise, those 2 salted fishes would not be enough to deal with them. Ling Xiao's soul power was one of his trump cards. It was constantly improving and strengthening. However, he deliberately didn't use it in battle. Since it was a trump card, the less it was used, the greater the surprise. If it was completely seen through by others, then the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Looking disdainfully at Yu Tianya, who had an extremely ugly expression in the distance, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards Emotsong. The ice-cold killing intent also completely transferred from Yu Tianya to Emotsong. Without Yu Tianya blocking in front, Emotsong, who was directly facing Ling Xiao, felt as if he had taken off his clothes and was standing in a world of ice and snow. Enduring the bone-piercing cold, he simply couldn't control his entire body from trembling. His eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he already had no intention to fight. All that was left was fear and unwillingness. Perhaps there was also a trace of hatred. I know that you hate, and I also know that you're unwilling. However, it's useless. You brought all of this upon yourself. That pitiful expression you're showing can't move me. I must kill you. Ling Xiao gently waved the divine light sword in his hand. This time, he didn't inject too much inner energy into it. All along, Ling Xiao's battle had been very precise. The use of every move was carried out in exquisite calculations. However much inner energy should be used, he would use it. He would definitely not waste it casually. After all, he had a lot of enemies. Casually wasting his inner strength was a waste of natural resources. Emotsong turned around and fled. He knew that he had no chance and could only escape. He didn't know whether he could escape or not. However, at this moment, he already had no other thoughts. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all. Kill. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in Ling Xiao's eyes. With a slash of his sword, the sword chi pierced through the air for tens of meters and nailed Mo Song to a tree. Chapter 1407. After reaching the third grotto heaven realm, the power of Ling Xiao's divine light sword was naturally different from before. It was stronger and sharper than before. The rising sun hung behind his head, absorbing the power of the scarlet sun. It was like a real scarlet sun, but much smaller. This power was now completely concentrated on the divine light sword, and it pierced through Mo Song's body. Even if Mo Song didn't die, he would probably become a cripple. Mo Song let out a shrill cry of terror. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. But when these thoughts gathered together, there was only regret. Why? Why did he have to find Ling Xiao? Most of the people on Emerald Ripple Island were killed by the people brought by Feng Mingxiao. It was because he was afraid of the Ice Phoenix clan and felt that Ling Xiao was easy to bully. However, it was only now that he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was actually not that easy to bully. Bastard! On the other side, the gentleman's sword Yu Tianya, who had been scared off by Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power, could only watch as everything happened. He didn't even have the courage to attack. This person had suffered from today's setbacks. If he couldn't pull himself together, his future path of martial arts would be full of obstacles. His inner demon had already formed. Facing a martial artist like Ling Xiao, he would definitely feel fear. Perhaps he wouldn't even have the courage to fight. Ling Xiao ignored him. He only looked at Mo Song and said, "Don't struggle. Just accept death. Maybe you'll feel better." He noticed that Mo Song didn't want to die. His body was still struggling. All the inner energy in his body gathered on his wound, trying to force the divine light sword back. "I don't want to die," Mo Song roared. These were his true thoughts. If you don't want to die, you should have made your decision long ago. You shouldn't have waited until now. I'm very interested in how you survived in the city of sin. Ling Xiao always had this question in his heart, so he wanted to verify it today. His right hand twisted in the air. As his right hand twisted, the divine light sword also rotated in Mo Song's body. Another miserable shriek rang out, but this shriek came to an abrupt end. Because Mo Song was dead. The terrifyingly high temperature and Ling Xiao's twisting of the blade caused Mo Song's internal organs to be completely destroyed. Withdraw. Retrieving the divine radiance sword, Mo Song's body fell limply to the ground. However, he still went over to check. He was indeed dead. There was no doubt about that. Thus, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Do I really have to kill him? Emerald Wave Sword Mo Song was crippled just like that? The noble geniuses who hadn't left yet swallowed their saliva nervously. This scene had left a deep impression on them. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. Even though the other party was already at the end of his rope, he had no intention of holding back. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already more than 100 meters away from Mo Kong. In that instant, Mo Song's lifeless body suddenly moved. A black gas wrapped around his body, and his body quickly fled. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that not only did Mo Song come back to life, he was even stronger than before. What was going on? Godly light travel. Ling Xiao's body turned into a line. A shining golden line appeared in front of Mo Song in an instant. Tell me, what martial arts did you practice? I can spare your life. He was very curious about Mo Song's martial arts. This guy's martial arts could actually revive the dead. This was too strange. I can't tell you. Mo Song shook his head and looked at Ling Xiao with hatred. If you don't tell me, I'll turn you into pus today. I don't believe you can still come back to life. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. A blazing ball of light condensed in his hand. This ball of light was the rising sun behind him. This was still the divine radiance sword. It was just a variant. The sharpness of the attack was weakened, and instead, the high temperature was strengthened. As long as one was touched by this ball of light, one's body would definitely quickly melt and turn into pus. Mo Song is stupid. Hurry up and tell me. What secret is more important than his own life? Does this idiot really want to die? In the crowd, many people were anxious for Mo Kong. You finally got a chance to live. Is it really good to waste it like this? Do you still want to take revenge? Don't forget, you two 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists have no chance of winning against Ling Xiao, a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. In the future, you won't have any chance. Even if you don't like it, you have to hold it in. Don't even think about taking revenge. You won't have the chance at all. You won't tell me? Ling Xiao asked faintly. I can't. That's our Emerald Wave Island's secret. Emotsung shook his head. He was very determined on this matter. Okay, since you won't tell me, then die. The small red sun in Ling Xiao's hand kept approaching Emokong. The blazing high temperature had already begun to take effect. The storm above the red sun was released. Emotsung's clothes began to burn, and his skin felt a burning pain. I'll tell you. The threat of death made Emotsung finally choose to compromise. He had already made a wrong choice once. He didn't want to make the same mistake a second time, because if he made another mistake this time, then he really wouldn't be able to keep his life. Very good. Ling Xiao, keep my word. As long as you tell me the truth about your resurrection, I can definitely spare you. Ling Xiao said faintly. He really planned to do so. He believed that the secret he got from Emotsung was definitely more meaningful than his life. After all, Emotsung wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him in the future. Boom. At this moment, 2 powerful auras descended. They actually sent Ling Xiao flying in an instant, and Emotsung was safe and sound. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to injure my son in broad daylight. Do you really think that the monarch of Divine Phoenix Empire is someone you can bully as you wish? The one who released the terrifying aura that sent Ling Xiao flying was precisely the monarch Feng Ming Wuliang. And the other powerful aura was Medicine King Sun Zai. I'll go take a look at young Master Qing Shan's situation first. Medicine King Sun Zai seemed to have no intention of getting involved in the dispute between Feng Ming Wuliang and Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned around to check on the situation of Phoenix Cry Green Mountain. The current Emotsung seemed to have escaped from death. He hurriedly hid behind Feng Ming Wuliang. Noble Sword Yu Tianya couldn't protect him. Feng Ming Wuliang should be able to protect him. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and revealed a mocking sneer. You're worthy of being called monarch? Your son came to my Qingshu college to kill me, and I'm not allowed to do anything? It's the father's fault for not teaching him well. As a father, you didn't fulfill any responsibility. How I discipline my son is not up to you to teach him, Feng Ming Wuliang said, then looked at Noble Sword Yu Tianya and said, You Tianya, you're actually scared by this brat? He only used despicable methods to create an illusion. Chapter 1408. Illusion? Yu Tianya was stunned for a moment. He did not quite understand what Feng Ming Wuliang was talking about. He's a mere 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He knows that he absolutely can't gain the slightest bit of advantage when facing you head-on. Hence, he used his soul force to forcefully create an illusion to make you feel fear. He's not a soul race clansman. His soul force can't kill people at all. Hence, you don't have to be afraid at all. As long as you have a firm martial Dao heart, you can crack that kind of senseless trick. Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Yu Tianya indifferently and said, Don't forget, you're the 5th-ranked young powerhouse of Last Joy Immortal Island, a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. How can he, a mere martial artist who just advanced to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, compare with you? If he could defeat you, he wouldn't use this kind of despicable and senseless method. Actually, he's afraid of you. How is this possible? Yu Tianya was immediately stunned, his face flushing red. He thought that it was because he saw through Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, so he wisely chose to avoid the spearhead. But hearing this, why did it seem like he was frightened by the illusion that Ling Xiao created? This was also too humiliating. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to defeat him, but relied on a senseless trick and completely did not fight, and scared him away. Once this kind of thing spread out, he would really have no face to mingle in the pugilistic world anymore. However, disbelieving was disbelieving. But carefully thinking about Ling Xiao's every action just now, there was really such a possibility. Ling Xiao was clearly only 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, and even just exchanged blows with 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. How could he possibly have the strength to spare to exchange blows with him? Too stupid. He was really too stupid to actually make this kind of low-level mistake. Simply disgraceful. Ling Xiao, am I right? Fengming Wuliang looked at Ling Xiao once more and asked indifferently. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Fengming Wuliang's words were half right. Dealing with a fifth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was indeed not such an easy thing. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just experienced a battle. His body's consumption was not low. That was why he had chosen to use his soul power to intimidate the other party and force them to back off. But to say that his soul power couldn't kill people, this was purely Feng Ming's ignorance. Ling Xiao had cultivated two types of soul secret arts. One was the soul judgment, and the other was the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Both of them could kill. It was just that Fengming Wuliang didn't know. However, this old thing was able to see through his thoughts. His eyesight was much better than Yu Tianya's, as expected of a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although his cultivation was only at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, his insight was not something that others could compare to. Haha, you're right, Your Majesty. I really don't have any strength left to deal with the noble sword, which is why I used such a boring trick to scare him. I just didn't think that he would be so cowardly that he would actually be frightened by me. Ling Xiao smiled and shrugged. What? The instant he heard those words, Yu Tianya directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Ling Xiao had clearly exhausted a lot of his energy, but he actually managed to scare him with just his cunning and imposing manner. He felt that this was truly too embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. How shameful. This would be the shame of his, the noble sword's, life. Yu Tianya, why do you have to take this to heart? You're an outstanding disciple of the everlasting joy Celestial Island and a young genius with a fifth Grotto Heaven realm cultivation. Your future is bright and splendid. On this path, you may encounter many troubles and difficulties. However, as long as you don't shrink back and face the difficulties head-on, then not only will you not be mocked by others, you'll instead be respected by others. Consider this a lesson. I believe that if you encounter a similar situation again, you won't be like this. To you, this isn't a humiliation, but a valuable experience. The next time Ling Xiao dares to use this kind of trick against you, it won't have any meaning. Since ancient times, small tricks and cleverness have always been the last. True strength is the orthodox. You have the strength, so why should you be afraid of those small tricks? For some reason, Fengming Wuliang actually started to enlighten Yu Tianya. This monarch was probably used to buying people's hearts. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island was the sect master island of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Yu Tianya was the favorite disciple of the two vice island masters who held real power. If he could build a good relationship with this person, he could be of use during the Divine Phoenix Empire's selection in the future. That was probably what Fengming Wuliang was thinking. Fengming Wuliang's words were like a heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into Yu Tianya's soul realm. It made him feel that his heart was bright and clear in an instant. He suddenly understood. Ever since he started his cultivation journey, it had really been too smooth. Because of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, many people didn't dare to truly become his enemy. Therefore, his martial path was too smooth, and he almost didn't encounter any twists and turns. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a sorry state when he encountered Ling Xiao today. Fengming Wuliang's words were to tell him that this wasn't bad luck, but an opportunity. After experiencing this setback, not only should he not feel humiliated, he would instead become even stronger. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang and sighed in his heart. No wonder young geniuses all needed a master. This was the reason. Young people might have outstanding talent, but their experience was too shallow after all, and they couldn't withstand the storm at all. If they didn't have a master or an elder to guide them, they might really do some stupid things. Even Ling Xiao had many masters. Although some of them weren't official masters, they had given him a lot of pointers, allowing him to avoid many detours. Thank you for your pointers, monarch. Yu Tianya will remember your words in his heart. Yu Tianya bowed 90 degrees, then respectfully bowed towards Fengming Wuliang, then turned and left. Before he left behind a sentence for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, today's matter. Let's settle it during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to grow. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, I'm just afraid that Fengming Wuliang's words won't save you, but harm you instead. You don't need to scare me anymore. It's useless. When the voice came over, Yu Tianya was already far away. Scaring? Ling Xiao didn't scare Yu Tianya. He only said that he didn't have the spare strength to deal with Yu Tianya today, but he didn't say that he couldn't deal with Yu Tianya. These were two different concepts. If Yu Tianya wasn't frightened by his soul force, then he might very well use even more intense methods to repel him. At that time, Yu Tianya would probably be even more defeated. Emotsong, you should leave too. With me around, no one can kill you. Fengming Wuliang turned back to glance at Emotsong and said. Although Emotsong's performance today was really terrible, Fengming Wuliang was also very interested in Emotsong's secret of coming back from the dead. Saving Emotsong might be of great benefit to him, so he naturally had to do so. Thank you for your life-saving grace, monarch. Emotsong cupped his hands joyfully and turned around to leave. However, at this time, Ling Zhao's icy cold voice suddenly sounded. Leave? Emotsong, you seem to have forgotten something, right? Wanting to leave alive without revealing your secret of coming back from the dead, did I allow it? Chapter 1409. Did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao looked at Emotsong coldly and said indifferently, Before you leave, leave behind the secret of your resurrection. Otherwise, die. This guy is indeed arrogant. He dares to not give any face to the person that the emperor wants to protect? When the young talents heard Ling Zhao's words, they all frowned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such arrogant people. He was simply a madman. The emperor and medicine king were both here. What secrets did you still want? Wasn't that a joke? Emotsong sneered and said, Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. I have the emperor's protection now. Do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? He was not an idiot. He naturally knew that Fengming Wuliang protected him for the secret of his resurrection, so he was very proud. This secret of his could still save his life. Facing Ling Xiao, he was actually a little arrogant. You are courting death. Fengming Wuliang frowned and said, I said to let him go, so I will let him go. Even if the Moon Maiden came, she would still say the same thing. Do you want the Moon Maiden to be buried with you? As the emperor, Fengming Wuliang was really angry. He had the urge to strangle Ling Xiao to death. This boy had not given him face time and time again. He even killed his 9th son and seriously injured his 8th son. Even if he was heartless, he was still his own son. He could kill him, but others could not. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Fengming Wuliang, do you still have the time to care about others? You should care about your son, Fengming Qingshan. Sun Tzu can't save him. Ling Xiao revealed a sunny smile, but this smile was filled with sarcasm and confidence. Nonsense. Medicine King Sun Tzu is much better than you. You can't save someone, but he can't? Fengming Wuliang said disdainfully. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I admit that in terms of medical skills, Medicine King Sun Tzu is a little stronger than me, but Fengming Qingshan was injured by me. I know his situation the best. If I say Sun Tzu can't save him, he can't save him. Boy, you dare to look down on this old man? Medicine King Sun Tzu also looked at Ling Xiao with disgust. When they were in Sin City, Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. Now that they were in Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, this boy still didn't give him any face. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had the guts to look down on him like this. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In a moment, this old man will let you know that the title of Medicine King is not just for show. Medicine King Sun Tzu coldly snorted and no longer argued with Ling Xiao. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to examine Phoenix Mountain's injuries. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, then looked at Fengming Wuliang and said, It's said that emperors are heartless. Today, I've seen it for myself. Your own son is in danger, but you only care about protecting an unrelated person. Impressive, hee. Stop talking nonsense. We are not Yu Tianya. We will not be fooled by your stupid words. Fengming Wuliang shouted. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Bet? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. This person, not only was his strength frighteningly strong, He was also so confident in his medical skills. What did he want to bet? Could it be that he wanted to bet whether Fengming Qingshan would die? We don't have time to joke with you. Fengming Wuliang naturally wouldn't bet, because there were no benefits. As a monarch, betting with a beggar was a loss of face. Ling Xiao didn't force him. He only stared at Emotsong and didn't make a move. He didn't want to make a move on a problem that could be solved without making a move. After all, he had indeed consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. If he really fought, he didn't want to involve the Moon Maiden. Anyway, he was sure that Fengming Wuliang would definitely beg him later. That was enough. Emotsong didn't know whether to leave or not. He stood there like a block of wood, frozen. Although he wouldn't die for the time being, it was likely that his secret couldn't be kept. How could this be? He fell into despair once again. Fengming Wuliang also didn't speak. He was waiting. Although he didn't want to believe Ling Zhao's words, if Ling Zhao's words were serious, perhaps Emotsong's life could be exchanged for the life of his son. After all, Fengming Qingshan was not only his son, but also a young genius with aptitude and talent that many young people couldn't match. It would be a pity if he died. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't bear the responsibility of not saving his own son. Fengming Qingshan's mother had a high status in the Ice Phoenix clan. He didn't want to offend his concubine because of this matter. Once he offended her, he was likely to lose power in the Ice Phoenix clan, causing the entire clan to turn to Fengming Qi Mountain. That would be terrible. People who engaged in politics thought too much. While Fengming Wuliang's mind was in a mess, Medicine King Sun Zai's brows were tightly knitted. Sun Zai's face alternated between red and white. Obviously, he couldn't do anything about Fengming Qingshan's injuries. Although he had tried many treatment methods, and even almost healed the external injuries, showing his superb skills, he still couldn't do anything about it. However, Fengming Qingshan remained unconscious, and even his breathing became weaker and weaker. Sun Zai, don't force yourself if you can't save him. Anyway, the emperor doesn't care about his son's life or death, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Medicine King Sun Zai's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was actually told by a little brat that he couldn't save Fengming Qingshan. Although he thought highly of himself, he didn't want to offend Fengming Wuliang. In the end, he stood up helplessly and shook his head. Your Majesty, please forgive this old man for being powerless. Even if the great overarching immortals descended to the mortal world, I'm afraid they can't save him. How could this be? Fengming Wuliang was stunned for a moment, revealing a touch of sadness and anger. At least he still had a little bit of feelings. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have doubted whether Fengming Qingshan was his biological son. Senior Sun Zai, you are saying this too early. Fengming Qingshan is not dead yet. Is it really good to make an assertion so early? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you can save him? Sun Zai asked coldly. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I injured him. Naturally, I know where his problem lies. It's easy to save him. Is this true? Fengming Wuliang asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Medicine King Sun Zai snorted coldly, looked at Fengming Wuliang and said, Your Majesty, do you believe this kid's nonsense? Hee, Fengming Qingshan is not your son. Of course, you don't care. But His Majesty the Emperor loves his son very much. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Well, you go and try. If you save him, today's matter will be written off. I will never trouble you. Fengming Wuliang pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. Saving his son, or saving his face, actually made it so difficult for him to choose. There was no one else like him. Chapter 14:10. Fengming Wuliang hesitated for a long time. Although letting Ling Xiao save Fengming Qing might cause Medicine King Sun Bu to lose face, after weighing the pros and cons, his son's life and the support of the clan were more important. However, Ling Xiao did not move. Fengming Wuliang, don't you think I'm too noble? Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang with disdain. You want me to save someone who tried to kill me, and you don't give me any benefits? Do you think I'm an idiot? Fengming Wuliang was furious, but his face was full of smiles as he said, We were careless. If you can really save Qingshan, from today onwards, we will let bygones be bygones and put you in an important position. We can even recommend you to join the Corps of the Divine Guards of Justice and become a member of the most respected troop in the Divine Phoenix Empire. As long as you become a Divine Guard of Justice, no one in the Divine Phoenix Empire will dare to disrespect you, much less touch you. A ferocious tiger was growing strong. Whether to let it grow or to let it wear their family's collar, this had always been the consideration of the members of the imperial family. The Divine Guards of Justice were the secret guards of the Righteous Alliance, and their authority was under the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Court. Although the Righteous Court belonged to the Righteous Alliance, it was a completely independent existence. It was said that the strongest martial artists of the Righteous Alliance lived there, as well as a group of the most loyal Divine Guards. Their purpose was to protect every celestial emperor and the people around him. No matter how many times the emperor changed, the responsibility of the Divine Guards of Justice would not change. Of course, only the core members of the Divine Guards of Justice lived in the Righteous Court. As for the reserve members, they were usually trained in the Righteous Alliance. The discipline of the reserve members was more lax, which was why so many of them had tried to kill Ling Xiao on the street. Of course, even if they were lax, they still obeyed Foming Wuliang's orders. Because the current emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire was Foming Wuliang. In Foming Wuliang's view, if Ling Xiao became a Divine Guard of Justice, even if he could not use him, at least he would not become an enemy. This was equivalent to locking up a ferocious tiger that was causing trouble everywhere, which was definitely beneficial to his plan. When the young talents heard the words Divine Guards of Justice, they were obviously very excited. They had heard of such an existence and such a place since they were born. Even if they were given the title of prince, they would not be interested in becoming core Divine Guards of Justice. Not only were there special privileges, but there were also powerful martial arts and the best masters. Everyone knew about Qingshu College and Phoenix Academy, but they did not know that the Morality Courtyard was where the strongest talents gathered. Any of the core Divine Guards of Justice were qualified to compete for the position of the 10 Phoenix Sons. This was enough to show how powerful it was. The Divine Guards of Justice were divided into 3 branches: Outer Court, Inner Court, and Heaven Court. Phoenix Cry Black Mountain and Phoenix Cry Green Mountain were Outer Courtyard Divine Guards of Justice. These Divine Guards of Justice had a cultivation level below the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. The cultivation levels of the Divine Guards of Justice ranged from the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm to the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Even the weakest Divine Guard of Heaven Court was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. It was even rumored that there might be Yin-Yang Divine Guards among them. It was a very strict system, and it was very scary, but it was also full of hope. However, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the Divine Guards of Justice. From what he understood, these people were just wolves that had been chained up and turned into loyal dogs. He was very disdainful of such people. Indeed, Phoenix Cry Infinite was right. If he went to the Morality Courtyard, no one in the Divine Phoenix Empire would dare to bully him. But this was not absolute. For example, Ling Xiao had killed Phoenix Cry Black Mountain, and today, he had severely injured Phoenix Cry Green Mountain. These two were Outer Courtyard Divine Guards of Justice. So what if one was killed and the other was grieving? No one came to find trouble with him, right? At the end of the day, the protection of the Moon Lady was much more important than the qualification of being a Divine Guard of Justice. Without the Moon Lady, even if he became a Divine Guard of Justice, would Phoenix Cry Infinite not dare to kill him? He was not that naive. At the end of the day, the mystic world was still a world where strength was respected. If he was strong enough, if his friends were strong enough, no one would dare to bully him or kill him. Otherwise, he would have died a few hundred times already. What's more, Ling Xiao liked the free life of a martial artist. He did not want to be a watchdog for others. It was even harder for him to accept being a watchdog for those nobles that he hated. The life he yearned for was to be unrestrained wherever he went. It was to be unimpeded in the mystic world, and no one dared to provoke him. Whoever provoked him, he would destroy them. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. If God blocked him, he would kill God. He disdained to be a hero. He only wanted to be a free martial artist, an unrestrained martial artist. No one could stop him from going to heaven or hell. What's more, he had once made a great ambition to unify the mystic world and rebuild the glory of the human race. He wanted the heavenly empire to sweep the entire mystic world. If he really became a divine guard of justice, he would be degrading himself. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't think being your dog is a reward. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Infinite mockingly. He knew better than anyone what that old thing was thinking. Want to control him? Fat chance. Phoenix Cry Infinite's face was extremely ugly. He was even a little shocked. 9 of his 10 sons had become divine guards of justice, so he knew best how difficult it was to step into the morality courtyard. It was also something that many geniuses dreamed of. Since the day the morality courtyard was established, no one had ever refused to enter it. Only martial artists with dreams were mercilessly kicked out by the morality courtyard. Even the Crown Prince Feng Yinshan and Crown Prince Feng Ming Qishan had another identity. They were divine guards of justice. Today, Ling Xiao actually rejected his invitation. This made him feel shocked and amused. You probably don't know how great the morality courtyard is. Feng Yinshan and Feng Ming Qishan are both divine guards of justice. So am I. Phoenix Cry Infinite said loudly. So what? Ling Xiao still looked at Feng Ming Wuliang indifferently. The shrine that you dream of is nothing more than a huge cage to trap ferocious beasts to me, Ling Xiao. Then what do you want? Phoenix Cry Infinite roared. Can't you just ask? It's so troublesome. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, 2 requests. Speak. First, Emote Song must be handed over to me. If I say kill him, then kill him. If I let him go, then let him go. You must not interfere. Ling Xiao glanced at Emote Song and said. Phoenix Cry Infinite's face was gloomy. He was hesitant. However, at this moment, a cold female voice sounded. Very well, Phoenix Cry Infinite. Is my son's life less than a slave in your eyes? My beloved concubine? Why are you here? Phoenix Cry Infinite frowned. The person who came was Feng Mingqing's mother, Phoenix Cry Infinite's concubine. Why am I here? If I didn't come, wouldn't Qing die today? The woman glared fiercely at Feng Ming Wuliang. Chapter 1411. How could that be? Ling Xiao, I can hand Emote Song over to you. What's the second request? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Hearing Feng Ming Wuliang's words, Emote Song's face was instantly filled with despair. Although he could imagine that Feng Ming Wuliang would definitely abandon him, but he never thought that it would be so straightforward. After messing around for so long, his hope was actually in vain. There was no meaning at all. It was laughable that he thought that he could keep the secret in his heart when he met this monarch. It turned out that it was just drawing water with a sieve. Second, give me your Ice Phoenix clan's Ice Fury. Impossible. Feng Ming Wuliang directly rejected it. Ice Fury was a mortal-grade spirit weapon. Although it had been placed in the Ice Phoenix clan's armory without anyone using it, because the sword was too heavy and couldn't be sharpened, it wasn't valued. But no matter what, it was a mortal-grade spirit weapon. How could he give it to Ling Xiao? A broken sword, just give it to him. I'll make the decision. Feng Mingqing's mother spoke again. It's just a mortal-grade spirit weapon. Could it be more important than my precious son? What she said was right. She only had one son. Feng Ming Wuliang had 10 sons. She definitely valued her son more than Feng Ming Wuliang. A mortal-grade spirit weapon had become broken. That was probably the highest level weapon in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent. Here, give it all. Feng Ming Wuliang gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but of his own concubine. Now you can go save Qing Shan, right? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. That won't do. How do I know that you won't go back on your words? After all, you imperial family members are best at this kind of trick. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I can temporarily guarantee that he won't die, but if you want him to wake up, immediately give me Ice Fury. Then what if you take it and don't save him? Feng Ming Wuliang was annoyed. Monarch must be joking. This is the capital city of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to take your Ice Phoenix clan's things and run away. Moreover, I still want to participate in the upcoming Dragon Phoenix selection. If I leave, wouldn't I lose my chance? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Your Majesty, Just agree with him. If he can't save Qingshan, it won't be too late to kill him then. Feng Mingqing's mother said. Fine, I'll go get it myself. Feng Ming Wuliang left quickly and returned quickly as well. In less than 30 breaths of time, this speed was nothing to a yin-yang realm martial artist. Here, Feng Ming Wuliang threw the fury of ice to Ling Xiao. This sword was not sharpened, so it did not have a scabbard. The body of the sword was very wide and required both hands to wield it more easily. The entire sword weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would not be able to lift it. Feng Ming Wuliang threw the sword to Ling Xiao because he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao had fused with the blood of the primordial golden dragon when he was in the martial vein realm. His strength was much greater than ordinary people. The current him was probably stronger than a yin-yang realm martial artist in terms of pure strength. His punch was probably 20 to 30,000 pounds of strength. It was not a problem for him to hold a sword that weighed tens of thousands of pounds with one hand. Good sword. Ling Xiao held the fury of ice with one hand. He could not help but be delighted when he felt the cold aura from the sword. Fury of Ice was originally a heavy sword with the pure ice attribute. However, in the process of using this sword, various elements were sealed in ice, causing the attributes of the heavy sword to become complicated. Ordinary martial artists would not only find it difficult to control their strength. Moreover, these complicated attributes were even harder to control. Furthermore, Fury of Ice had not been sharpened, so it was shelved. However, to Ling Xiao, these were not only not disadvantages, but advantages instead. Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul was a martial soul that could encompass everything. When these complicated attributes were fused with the light and darkness mysteries, not only would there not be any conflict, but it would also greatly stimulate the power of light and darkness. He held Fury of Ice with both hands. Ling Xiao closed his eyes. In that instant, everyone discovered a strange situation. The Fury of Ice in Ling Xiao's hand actually emitted an incomparably resplendent light, as if sunlight had been sealed into the sword. Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and slowly walked toward Imokong. The rising sun behind him swayed, and the Fury of Ice in his hand shone brightly. His speed wasn't fast, but every step he took made Imokong feel despair and palpitations. You said you wouldn't kill me as long as I tell you the secret. Imokong shouted in horror as he retreated. He had thought that he could keep his life. He had thought that he would not have to die. However, the cruel reality told him otherwise. All of this was just his delusion. His ending could still be death. That's right, I did say that. But that was before you asked Phoenix cry for help. As Ling Xiao walked, he said indifferently, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you really think that I care about your secret of resurrection? I'm just curious. But curiosity can't drive away my anger and unhappiness. You really disappoint me. Your Majesty, save me, save me. I can't tell you the secret of resurrection. Imokong cried for help. Can your secret revive Feng Mingqing Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at Imokong sarcastically and asked. Imokong was silent. His ability to come back from the dead was actually just a special martial art. However, this resurrection was only useful to people who cultivated this martial art, and it could only be effective 3 times in a lifetime. He had once cultivated this martial art in order to save his life. However, even the resurrection of this martial art had conditions. That was, the corpse had to be complete, and the heart and head had to be intact, and they could not be separated from the body. Otherwise, there was no doubt that he would still die. Ling Xiao, let people off whenever possible. Why did you have to kill him? What good would it do you to kill him? Moreover, Imokong has already been asked by the morality court. If you kill him, you'll offend the morality court. There's no benefit at all. Phoenix Cry Mountain was still a little unwilling. The secret of Imokong's resurrection was too important to him, an emperor who was always in danger. He really wanted it. I know there's no benefit, but so what? Imokong wants to kill me, so I'll kill him. No matter what I say, I have my reasons. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Moreover, he's just someone who has been asked by the morality court. He hasn't officially joined the morality court yet. Even if he officially became a Justice Divine Guard, so what? He still has to be killed. Don't forget about Phoenix Cry Mountain. I've already killed one of the Justice Divine Guards in the outer court and seriously injured another. What's the big deal if I kill another unofficial one? Chapter 14:12. Ling Xiao actually killed a righteous divine guard? This was simply an earth-shattering event. Everyone present was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who didn't die after killing a righteous divine guard from the outer court. This was simply a miracle. Die? No need to struggle. Death can eliminate all your pain. Ling Xiao stabbed out with fury of ice in his hand. The heavy sword had no edge, but its pure strength was enough to crush everything. A weapon that weighed over 10,000 kilograms in his hand was simply like a wooden stick that he could wield easily. A feeling of coldness and heat invaded Emotsung's body at the same time. Emotsung was frozen for a moment, then burned for a moment. He let out a shocking scream in the midst of the torment. Everyone present couldn't help but cover their ears and frown deeply. Of course, this pain didn't last long. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately torture Emokong. In less than 2 breaths, Emotsung's body turned into steam and completely disappeared. Only the mournful screams and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air, making everyone tremble in fear. What a pity! You didn't have to die. Ling Xiao withdrew fury of ice, and the rising sun behind him also returned to the mountain river world. He was really pitiful. Emerald Wave's sword Emotsung's talent was top-notch in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. However, this person was cheated by his own father. Then, he was cheated by his own wrong choice. After a moment of pity, Ling Xiao's expression became cold again. Eye of the Immortal Flask. The eye of Taichi rotated, and a gourd appeared above Ling Xiao's head, sucking Emotsung's soul in. 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique? Ling Xiao obtained an important piece of information from Emotsung's soul. It turned out that the martial art that Emotsung cultivated was a cultivation method called 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique. But the problem was that Emotsung only obtained a portion of it, which was the 1 death portion. Even so, Emotsung had only scratched the surface of this part. It wasn't that Emotsung didn't want to cultivate it, but because the words of this cultivation method didn't belong to the mystic world's language. Emotsung was just blindly cultivating according to the pictures on it. It was already lucky that he didn't go berserk. However, Ling Xiao could recognize these words. This was all thanks to the extra memories in Ling Xiao's mind during the Battle of the Northern Desert City. The words on it were the words from that memory. Ling Xiao knew every word. That was why he knew that this was the 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique. This was an extremely terrifying technique. People without courage would definitely not dare to cultivate it, because in order to cultivate to the peak, one had to die 9 times. Furthermore, these 9 deaths could only happen when one's cultivation had reached the peak of a certain stage. The Human Monarch's notes also had records of this cultivation technique. First death required one to reach the limits of the Grotto Heaven realm. After death, the body would reform and strengthen. After reviving, not only would he be able to easily break through to the Yin-Yang realm, but his internal energy, strength, speed, and other aspects would also be doubled. If one died before the condition of 1 death was met, then as long as the corpse was basically intact, they could be revived. Furthermore, his strength would increase as well. It was just that when he truly reached the limits of the Grotto Heaven state, he would no longer be able to use the 9 Deaths Reincarnation Manual to break through. Damn, this Emotsung is using gold like wood. What a waste. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. However, this was also good. With the 9 Deaths Reincarnation Manual in his hands, it could be considered as solving a big problem for him. At the very least, he would not have to worry about breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm from the Grotto Heaven realm. In other words, as long as he cultivated, he could succeed. He had really picked up a treasure. A supreme treasure. Are you satisfied? Fengming Wuliang asked with an ashen face. He actually couldn't stop Ling Xiao from killing Emokong. He had really lost face in front of these people. Satisfied? Perhaps. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Fengming Wuliang what treasure he had found. He turned and walked towards Fengming Qingshan. The reason why Fengming Qingshan had fainted was actually because he had injected his soul force into the power of light. It had been causing trouble in Fengming Qingshan's soul realm. Medicine King Sun Sa was a powerful medicine master, but he wasn't a powerful soul warrior. Therefore, he couldn't solve this problem at all. But Ling Xiao could. With just 2 gentle pats, Fengming Qingshan woke up. This scene almost made Fengming Wuliang vomit blood. It was so simple, but he had actually wasted Emotsong in the fury of ice. This Ling Xiao was really hateful. Respectfully send your majesty back to the palace. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and looked at Fengming Wuliang with a smile. After going back, recuperate more. Young Master Qingshan's injury should still be able to recover. After all, you still have Medicine King Sun Sa by your side. You brat. Very good. Fengming Wuliang snorted coldly, picked up Fengming Qingshan, and turned to leave. In an instant, everyone who should have left had left. Only the teachers and students who came out of Qingshu College to watch the show were left. How long had it been since the 3 phoenixes made a scene in Qingshu College? Ling Xiao had actually done such a thing again. Fengming Qingshan and Emotsong, 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Yu Tianya, a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, had actually been defeated by Ling Xiao. Emotsong died miserably. Fengming Qingshan was heavily injured and even lost a fury of ice. Yu Tianya's spirit had suffered a setback. Although he had been persuaded by Fengming Wuliang, it would still take a long time for him to completely get rid of the shadow. This was the strength of martial strength. And in terms of medical skills, Fengming Qingshan, whom Medicine King Sun Sa couldn't save, was actually saved by Ling Xiao. It probably wouldn't be too much to brag about it for 3 days and 3 nights. No wonder even a girl like Ji Luoyu would look at Ling Xiao in a different light. This kind of genius, there probably weren't many in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Big Brother Ling, are you all right? Ji Luoyu didn't leave with Medicine King Sun Sa. She was Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, but not a slave. It's fine. I have to thank you for today's matter. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't joke around. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble today. You should be thanking the heavens if you don't blame me. You actually want to thank me? Ji Luoyu completely didn't know what Ling Xiao was talking about. She was feeling extremely guilty and ashamed right now. Of course I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have obtained the Ice Phoenix clan's Fury of Ice. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk about the 9 death reincarnation arts for the time being. However, just the Fury of Ice alone was already a huge gain. What he lacked now was this kind of weapon. With the Fury of Ice, the power of all his moves would increase by at least 30 to 40%. This was an extremely huge increase. Moreover, Luoyu, you really don't have to take it to heart. They came to find trouble with me just to use you as an excuse. Without you, they could still find other reasons to deal with me. Ling Xiao didn't like to owe others favors, and also didn't like to make a girl feel guilty towards him. After all, a girl with a long face wouldn't look good. Chapter 14-13. The news of Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu being together was quickly spread throughout the Divine Phoenix Empire. As a result, Ling Xiao once again became the public enemy of all the young geniuses. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. If a cultivator wanted to increase their strength, they would have to fight. There was no point in just immersing themselves in cultivation. The more enemies there were, the happier he was. In any case, they were all here to give him experience, so why not? However, he wasn't worried. Some people took this matter very seriously. That day, Feng Yinshan came to visit Ling Xiao. Of course, he didn't come alone. Ming Jin was still following him. However, this time, there were 2 more people. One was Zhong Yu's red spider lily from the Permitha Immortal Island. The other was a young man. He was unfamiliar. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen him before. Crown Prince Yinshan is a busy man. How come you have the time to visit me? Ling Xiao prepared tea and sat across from Feng Yinshan without any reservation. He didn't care about the difference in status at all. In his heart, one's status in the mystic world had nothing to do with one's birth. The key was one's strength. Ji Luoyu had already returned. The one accompanying Ling Xiao was Cold Plum. The young man sitting next to Feng Yinshan glanced at Cold Plum. A slight smile appeared on his face. He was clearly very interested in Cold Plum. He couldn't be blamed for this. Although Cold Plum came from a humble background, her appearance was extremely outstanding. In addition, her strength wasn't bad. Naturally, it added a bit of charm to her. Moreover, some people liked women like Cold Plum who were cold to others, but loyal to themselves. What a pretty maid. This Ling Zhao's luck with women is not bad. The young man was somewhat jealous. Speaking of which, Zhong Yu's red spider lily's beauty wasn't inferior to Cold Plum's at all. However, she was a woman with a vicious heart. Therefore, he didn't like her. It was better for women to be obedient. What's more, if one looked closely, Zhong Yu's Permitha's heavy makeup couldn't compare to Cold Plum's fresh and elegant appearance. Haha, I heard that you had a fight with Feng Mingqing Shan and killed Blue Wave Sword Emotsong, so I came to visit you. This is our Fire Phoenix tribe's healing panacea. Take it. Feng Yinshan smiled, took out a bottle of medicinal powder, and gave it to Ling Xiao. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Although he didn't need this item, it would be good to give it to someone else. Anything that Feng Yinshan sent would definitely not be bad. Oh right, Brother Ling. I presume you've already met this Lady Spider Lily? After handing over the items, Feng Yinshan pointed at Zhong Yu's red spider lily and asked, Of course I have. I've lived for so many years, but I've rarely seen such a venomous woman. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhong Yu's red spider lily. He didn't understand. Could it be that Feng Yinshan wanted to be a peacemaker? In fact, although he wasn't afraid of the opposite bank Celestial Island, it wouldn't be a bad thing if he could get along with them. There were too many enemies, and it would be bad if he couldn't deal with them. Zhong Yu's red spider lily heard Ling Zhao's thorny words and was so angry that her face turned red. Your Highness, this Ling Xiao doesn't seem to give you any face, the young man beside her said indifferently. The young man beside him said faintly, We're here to give you face. That's why we came to reconcile with him. His attitude isn't very good. Brother Huang Quan, don't misunderstand. I'm afraid that Brother Ling doesn't know our intentions. That's why he's so impulsive. Feng Yinshan hurriedly said. Then I'll have to trouble your highness to make it clear to him, the young man said coldly. It seemed that he didn't even intend to give Feng Yinshan any face. Brother Ling, besides coming to visit you today, I also hope to be a peacemaker so that you and the opposite bank Celestial Island can coexist peacefully. After all, we're all friends. Feng Yinshan's words were very clear. The opposite bank Celestial Island was now his ally, so he hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't hold too much of a grudge. Ling Xiao thought about it. He had already killed the sword demon, and it could be considered as avenging the soldiers and civilians who had died in the Heavenly Dynasty's divine capital. If they reconciled, then so be it. It didn't matter if he gave Feng Yinshan some face. Thus, he said, Since your highness is mediating, I'll give you face. From now on, I, Ling Xiao, and the opposite bank Celestial Island will mind our own business. Ha ha ha, that's right. Come. Pick up your cups and drink this reconciliation tea together. Feng Yinshan was very happy that Ling Xiao was giving him face. After all, Ling Xiao was someone who rarely gave face to others. He actually felt a sense of relief. However, while Ling Xiao gave him face, someone else didn't give Ling Xiao face. Wait, the young man sneered. Your Highness, Ling Xiao killed my junior brother, the sword demon. Even if he wants to reconcile, he should show some sincerity. If he wants to reconcile without taking anything, what does he take the opposite bank Celestial Island for? I, Zhong Yu Netherworld, am not that easy to bully. Zhong Yu Netherworld? This person's surname was the same as Zhong Yu's red spider lily. They should be siblings or cousins. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhong Yu Netherworld and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. They were really relatives. These two people were equally arrogant and condescending. However, Zhong Yu Netherworld was obviously more overbearing than Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, Brother Netherworld, this seems to be different from what we said before. You are all my friends. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Zhong Yu Netherworld sneered. What's there to make things difficult for your highness? How can a mere Ling Xiao compare to the support of the opposite bank Celestial Island? With our support, It'll be easy for you to seize the position of the Celestial Emperor. Feng Yinshan's expression didn't look good. He didn't form an alliance with the opposite bank's Celestial Island to be their puppet. Zhongyu Netherworld seemed to have misunderstood this point. Did he really think that he, Feng Yinshan, was willing to be a puppet Celestial Emperor with a mere opposite bank Celestial Island? Feng Yinshan's ambition wasn't limited to the divine Phoenix continent. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Brother Netherworld, what do you think will make you accept the reconciliation? It seems that your highness isn't willing to abandon this Ling Xiao. Well, I'm a magnanimous person anyway. It's not like I have to kill him or get rid of him. As long as he agrees to one of my conditions, we can reconcile." Zhongyu Netherworld said indifferently, "Brother Netherworld, please speak." Feng Yinshan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As long as there were conditions to negotiate, it meant that there was still hope. It's very simple. I've taken a fancy to that female servant. Let Ling Xiao give her to me, and the previous matter can be written off. I definitely won't cause trouble for no reason." Zhongyu Netherworld revealed a smug smile and said, Feng Yinshan felt that there shouldn't be a problem. It was just a female servant. Ling Xiao wouldn't go so far as to refuse. However, when he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he discovered that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. "Your Highness, I gave you face and agreed to reconcile. However, the other party clearly doesn't know what's good for him. You can leave now." Ling Xiao stood up and gave the order to leave. He was already very polite now. He was only giving Feng Yinshan face. Chapter 14:14. Feng Yinshan frowned and cried out in his heart. How could he forget Ling Xiao's character? In the eyes of others, Cold Plum might just be a servant, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, Cold Plum was probably closer to him than his wife. You want someone else's wife in front of them. How could they not be angry? Ling Xiao probably didn't make a move because he was giving Feng Yinshan face. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. What are you trying to do with that look? You're just a dog slave. Asking for a cheap servant is your honor. Don't think that you're strong just because you killed Sword Demon. In front of me, you're worse than a dead dog. His words were harsh and his attitude was arrogant. Asking for your woman is giving you face? Is it your honor? Hearing this, how could Ling Xiao not be angry? The battle intent and killing intent on his body grew even stronger. He knew that the current him was not Zhongyu Huangquan's match, but that didn't mean that he would back down. If a man could still sit there calmly when his woman was being insulted, then he would really be a cripple. Zhongyu Huangquan laughed and said, Ling Xiao, why are you angry over a cheap servant? In the end, you're just a dog attached to Feng Yinshan. He can get rid of you at any time and replace you with another. You're very strong and talented. I know that, but offending my cousin is the same as courting death. Zhongyu Huangquan laughed. These were his heartfelt words. His senior brother, Sword Demon, was already very strong. He became a sword phoenix as soon as he came to the imperial capital, and she was even stronger than his senior brother. But her cousin, Zhongyu Huangquan, was much stronger than her in terms of talent and cultivation. This time, they came to the imperial capital to let the world know the strength of their Permitha Immortal Island. Let the young elites of the Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, 7 Martial Sect Island, and 5 Immortal Island tremble under their feet. Slap. Zhongyu Huangquan, who was speaking, was suddenly slapped in the face. It was Long Mei who did it. Even if it was Long Mei, she would probably be angry in her heart when she kept calling her a lowly servant. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing her take action because of something like this. You hit me? Zhongyu and Permitha's expression changed. At this moment, she finally understood that the lowly servant she spoke of was much stronger than her. Although it was a sneak attack, this slap really made her somewhat fearful. Zhongyu Huangquan also frowned slightly. Soon after, he smiled and said, The woman I like is indeed powerful. Now, I like you more and more. Ling Xiao, I'll give you time to consider, but you can't wait until after the Dragon Phoenix selection. If you give her to me, I can protect you and even help you stand out in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Scram. Ling Xiao suddenly slammed the table. The thick stone table immediately cracked. Behind Ling Xiao, a sun rose, and above his head hung a radiant divine sword. He knew that he was no match for Zhongyu Huangquan, but at this moment, he really wanted to kill. Brother Huangquan, Lady Permitha, let's go. This is Qingshu College. Feng Yinshan saw that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. He didn't want his two allies to kill each other here. So he stood up and said, not far away, Zhou Yun had already appeared. He was here to help Feng Yinshan out. Only when he appeared would Zhongyu and Huang Quan retreat. Otherwise, there would be a battle of life and death today. Zhongyu Huang Quan also noticed Zhou Yun. He couldn't help but look coldly at Zhou Yun and said, there's nothing that Zhongyu Huang Quan, can't get. Just you wait. Sooner or later, your woman will be happy at my knees. Scram. This time, Ling Xiao made his move. Ice's fury instantly attacked. After fusing with the radiant divine sword, it stabbed towards Zhongyu Huangquan. The rising sun behind him also turned into a scorching sun. Radiant divine sword, scorching sun change. Zhongyu Huangquan only stretched out his hand contemptuously and gently patted the tip of Ling Zhao's sword. Bang! Ling Zhao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell outside the pavilion. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Trash! Zhongyu Huangquan snorted coldly. He stood there like a high and mighty war god. However, in the next moment, his brows suddenly furrowed. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before came over him. He subconsciously dodged. However, a scream still came out from his mouth. His abdomen seemed to have been bitten by something. A gap appeared and blood gushed out. Void Shadow Crocodile. It's been a long time since I used this move. Ling Xiao stood up. Although he vomited blood, his face was full of smiles. The opponent was much stronger than him, but he still managed to injure him. In this attack, it could only be considered a draw. This move of the Void Shadow Crocodile was usually used against opponents who were stronger than him. Today, because he was inferior to the opponent, he used it. You despicable dog. You dare to injure me, I'll kill you. Zhongyu Huangquan was completely enraged. Ling Xiao, whom he looked down on, had actually injured him. Although this kind of injury was nothing to him, it was nothing. However, if it wasn't for his extraordinary intuition, he would have been bitten in half. Die! Cold Plum's sword had already been unsheathed. If not for Ling Zhao's attack, she would have attacked first. Now that she heard that Zhongyu Huangquan dared to insult Ling Xiao, she finally couldn't help but attack. However, just as she attacked, Zhongyu Huangquan was blasted away. The one who attacked was Zhou Yun. Zhongyu Huangquan, this is Qingshu College, not your Permitha Immortal Island. Don't go overboard. Zhou Yun said coldly. Cold Plum's sword didn't stab out in the end. She was a little doubtful whether Zhou Yun was helping them or helping Zhongyu Huangquan. After all, she was confident that she could kill the injured Zhongyu Huangquan with one strike. Trash that only knows how to hide behind a woman. I will remember today's grudge. I'll say it again. If I, Zhongyu Huangquan, have my eyes on a woman, I will definitely think of a way to get her. You better keep a close eye on her. Zhongyu Huangquan stood up and glanced at Zhou Yun indifferently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and looked down at Ling Xiao. In his opinion, he was injured because he was careless. If he wasn't careless, Ling Xiao wouldn't have any chance to hurt him, and he could easily crush Ling Xiao to death. The problem was Cold Plum. This woman was very strong. However, such a strong woman made him have a strong desire to conquer her. Enough! Zhou Yun roared. Today, I will give face to Senior Zhou Yun. Let's go. Zhongyu Huangquan still didn't dare to provoke Zhou Yun. Although Zhou Yun definitely wouldn't dare to kill him, offending a strong person wasn't a good thing. He called out to Zhongyu Huangquan and turned to leave. Brother Ling, I'm sorry about today's matter. I didn't expect that guy to be such a hooligan. Feng Yinshan cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and then left with a sigh. Today's matter, he had really miscalculated and done a very stupid thing. Chapter 14-15. Looking at the backs of Feng Yinshan and the others, Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Am I a piece of trash who hides behind a woman? Very well, then let me use my own strength to kill you. Today's matter is not over. Senior Zhou, I hope you will not interfere in the matter between me and the Permitha Immortal Island in the future. He suddenly looked at Zhou Yun and said indifferently, I can understand that you are protecting Zhongyu in the Yellow Springs for the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, but I cannot accept it. This is the only time. There will be no next time. Lung Mei, let's go. Ling Xiao did not give Zhou Yun any face. Even a fool could see that although Zhou Yun appeared to be helping them today, he was actually protecting Zhongyu Huangquan. Otherwise, that idiot would have died. Zhou Yun's old face was a little red. He smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. Although Ling Xiao was rude, he had done something wrong, so he could not say anything. This was also because he had helped Ling Xiao before. If it were anyone else, Ling Xiao would have already cursed. Master, that Zhongyu Huangquan is very strong. I might not be able to kill him one-on-one. After returning to the room, Cold Plum said with a frown, I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, back then, Si Kongzun was even stronger, but didn't he still die? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Zhongyu Huangquan provoked and insulted us for no reason. I will remember this debt. The enmity between him and the Permitha Immortal Island came out of nowhere. He had nothing to do with the Permitha Immortal Island and did not know Sword Demon and Zhongyu Huangquan. However, that Sword Demon had destroyed his statue and killed his men while he was on the way. He had even told him to go to the Divine Phoenix Empire to find him. What was even more hateful was that Sword Demon and Zhongyu Huangquan came to Qingshu College together and killed the teachers who had taught him some of his courses. How could Ling Xiao tolerate such rudeness and inexplicable behavior? Therefore, he killed the Sword Demon. In the end, Zhongyu Huangquan came. He said that he wanted to reconcile, but he humiliated and despised him. He even wanted him to give Cold Plum away. If he, Ling Xiao, could tolerate this kind of thing, then wouldn't he really be a green-haired turtle? He didn't want to cause trouble, but if someone insisted on looking for trouble, he wasn't afraid of trouble. If he could kill Sword Demon, he could also kill Zhongyu and Huangquan. But Master, it's obvious that the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince wants to rely on the power of the Permitha Immortal Island. That Zhongyu Huangquan probably won't be killed so easily. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince and Principal Zhou will probably protect him. Cold Plum frowned. Not to mention Feng Yinshan and Zhou Yun. Even if the Heavenly Emperor protected him, it would be useless. He must die. A strong killing intent erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Perhaps he was still inferior to Zhongyu Huangquan, but he believed in his own potential and hard work. He believed in the Human King's notes, believed in the Mountain River martial spirit, believed in the Nine Cauldrons profound. He, Ling Xiao, would use a speed that would stupefy everyone to surpass those so-called geniuses and heroes. Cold Plum could feel the strong killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Master, I've seen many people like Zhongyu Huangquan. Their glory and pride are built on the pain of others. When I was a slave, if Master didn't save me, I would have suffered both physical and mental torture every day. At that time, if I didn't use a special method to make myself ugly and dirty, I might not even have been able to keep my virginity. At that time, I felt that this world is full of malice towards lowly people like us. Yes, the weak have no dignity. This is a bloody reality, and many people just don't want to admit it. If you want to gain dignity, if you want to change the situation, if you want to no longer be lowly, you have to become strong. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Don't worry, Cold Plum. I know what you mean. Before I can be sure that I can defeat Zhongyu Huangquan, I won't take the initiative to find trouble with him. During this period of time, let's endure it. Anyway, that guy was injured by me, and it will take some time to recover. I think we can live in peace for the time being. Ling Xiao wasn't a reckless person. Unless he had no choice, he would definitely not attack someone he couldn't defeat. Now, he had time to improve his cultivation and strength. Brother Ling. Outside the door, there was a knock and Shang Guanhong's voice. Come in, the door is open. The door opened, and Shang Guanhong and Long Chan entered together. Brother Ling, I heard that you fought with Zhongyu Huangquan of the opposite bank Celestial Island? Shang Guanhong asked anxiously. Yes, senior brother. Are you injured? Long Chun also asked anxiously. I'm injured, but it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that Zhong Yu Huang Quan is indeed powerful. He blocked my divine sword of light with one palm, and even sent me flying. When he said this, Ling Xiao seemed to be talking about other people's affairs, and didn't have the feeling of being injured at all, because he didn't suffer a loss. Zhong Yu Huang Quan was much stronger than him, but he also injured him. This was something to be proud of. It's lucky that you're only injured. It's really rare that you didn't lose your life. Shang Guanhong sighed and said, I met Zhong Yu Huang Quan 2 years ago. This person slaughtered a sect by himself. Don't tell me that that sect is your sect? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Brother Ling is indeed impressive to be able to guess this. That's right. In the past, my sect defended the Permitha Celestial Island because of some trivial matter. In the end, almost all of us were slaughtered by Zhong Yu's Yellow Springs. Only my junior sister and I went to the foot of the mountain to play at that time, and luckily escaped death. When Shang Guanhong mentioned Zhong Yu Huang Quan, fear was more than hatred. This couldn't be blamed on him. At that time, when he and his junior sister returned to the sect, the corpses that littered the ground had cast a terrifying shadow in their young hearts. Master injured that Zhong Yu Huang Quan. Cold Plum suddenly said, What? Shang Guanhong was even more shocked. He thought that it was Cold Plum's credit that Ling Xiao could survive under the hands of Zhong Yu Huang Quan. But now that he heard this, he almost couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao smiled and silently admitted it. Obviously, this wasn't something that couldn't be admitted. Plop. Shang Guanhong suddenly knelt down. Why are you doing this? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Ever since that **** was willing to follow me back to Qingshu College, we have been friends. If you have anything to say, just say it. Only then did Shang Guanhong stand up. However, his attitude was still very respectful as he said, Brother Ling, that Zhong Yu Huang Quan destroyed my sect in the past. Before he left, he even left behind a trap. My junior sister was careless and fell into the trap by mistake. As a result, she is still unconscious. He's unconscious? Where is she? Ling Xiao was a pharmacist, so saving people was nothing to him. Furthermore, the soul of the Yuan Venerate was still in his mountain river realm. If he couldn't do it, there was still his master. She is still in the Spectre Mountain Villa. Shang Guanhong answered. Chapter 14:16. Shang Guanhong explained, Originally, our sect was called Rainbow Mountain Villa. It was a beautiful place located on the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, but because of Zhong Yu Huang Quan, it became a land of death. Now, not only is there no grass, but there are also ghosts everywhere, so it is called Spectre Mountain Villa. Why don't you bring your junior sister back? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can't. Shang Guanhong said mournfully. After my junior sister fell into the trap, a very powerful ghost appeared around her body. I reckon that it was Zhong Yu Huang Quan's doing. We can feed junior sister water and food, but we can't take her away. Otherwise, the ghost will attack us. I understand. You mean, since I'm not afraid of Zhong Yu Huang Quan, then I can save your junior sister, right? Ling Xiao asked. Exactly. Shang Guanhong nodded. Where exactly is Spectre Mountain Villa, located on the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island? Ling Xiao asked directly. Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, near the Black Volcano. Shang Guanhong answered. Ling Xiao naturally knew about the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island. It was the celestial island closest to the White Tiger continent. Its area was very large, almost the size of the continent. On the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, there was a primitive forest that was full of danger. It had always been the place where the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island trained their disciples. There were many sects on the Celestial Island, but they were all under the control of the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island. This was the same principle as the Divine Phoenix Empire sections. At the edge of the primitive forest, there was a dormant volcano, which was the Black Volcano. Spectre Mountain Villa was on the Black Volcano. Because it had been uninhabited for a long time, The forest had completely covered it. The Rainbow Mountain Villa of the past was completely abandoned and became a dangerous place. Will it be dangerous? Long Chen asked. There will definitely be danger, so my idea is that if Brother Ling is not confident, you can give up immediately. After all, you can't be hurt because of my junior sister. Shang Guanhong answered. I heard that there is an ancient golden crow's corpse in the black volcano? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's just a legend. Don't take it seriously. Shang Guanhong replied. It is said that the immemorial golden crow once fought with a strange beast above the black volcano. Although it killed the strange beast, it was exhausted and fell into the lava. Perfect. Ling Xiao smiled. He was troubled by the fact that he couldn't find a breakthrough to increase his cultivation and strength. The corpse of the primordial golden crow would very likely allow him to greatly improve his crimson sun power. It might even increase the power of the golden crow soaring Sunday. It can't be, Brother Ling. Are you really planning to look for the corpse of the ancient golden crow? Shangguan Hong hurriedly said. Our Rainbow Mountain Villa was originally nearby. There were once disciples of the sect who went to search for the corpse of the primordial golden crow, but none of them returned. That place is too terrifying. The sect later forbade us from going to the mouth of the black volcano. Don't you want to save your junior sister? Let's go. We should leave Divine Phoenix capital for a while. Ling Xiao smiled. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection began, his cultivation had to continue to increase. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, wanting to get first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection was simply a fool's dream. Are we really going? Shang Guanhong's face was bitter. That place is much more dangerous than Ghost Mountain Villa. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you. Otherwise, if something really happened to you, Long Chun would definitely tear me apart alive. Don't talk nonsense. When have I, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of danger? With such a good opportunity to increase my strength, if I gave it up, then I would really regret it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me we're leaving now? Shang Guanhong was directly stunned. Nonsense. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. While others still don't know where I'm going, let's leave early. Those who are looking for trouble won't be able to arrive so quickly. Ling Xiao believed that he was definitely being monitored. As long as he left Divine Phoenix capital, then those who wanted to kill him would definitely take action. Although he was fearless, there would always be some trouble. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to leave before those who were monitoring him could react. This was the best choice. All right, I really have to hand it to you. Seeing Ling Xiao so insistent, Shang Guanhong nodded helplessly in agreement. Ling Xiao then said to Cold Plum and Long Chun, I'll go to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island with Shang Guanhong. You guys stay here and cultivate. The Dragon Phoenix selection is not my business alone. I want our Heavenly Empire to stun everyone in this selection. Although it's not realistic to monopolize the top 10, it's not impossible to get half of the top 10 spots. I don't have a problem, but senior brother, I'm afraid you'll be targeted. Long Chun reminded, That's right, master. Let Cold Plum accompany you. Cold Plum said anxiously, There's no need to discuss this matter. Cold Plum, you don't want me to hide behind you for the rest of my life, right? The Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island is the Ji family's territory after all. I reckon Yin-Yang Realm martial artists won't dare to cause trouble there. As for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, even if I can't defeat them, I won't die. Don't forget about Dai Nu, Ling Xiao smiled. All right, then I'll wait here for Master's return. Cold Plum nodded. Dai Nu's strength was not inferior to hers. To a certain extent, she was even sharper than her. Since that was the case, she had nothing to worry about. She might as well take this opportunity to cultivate for a period of time and see if she could stabilize her strength above the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm. Although her cultivation was currently at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, the problem was that she would have to pay a heavy price if she used her cultivation above the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. It was not worth it. This was related to the method she used to raise her cultivation. Therefore, what she needed to do now was not to make a breakthrough in her cultivation, but to strengthen her physical condition to adapt to a stronger cultivation. After bidding farewell to Cold Plum and Long Chun, and bidding farewell to Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong headed to the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island. The reason why he brought Shangguanhong was because Ling Xiao did not know the way. After leaving the imperial capital and arriving at the harbor, Ling Xiao boarded the Moonlight treasure ship. This was a treasure passed down by the Yuehua school since ancient times. It would never be outdated. When his Moonlight treasure ship broke through the sky and sped towards the vast stormy ocean. Within the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial capital, those who wanted Ling Xiao dead received the news. However, no one knew why Ling Xiao went out to sea and where he was going. The stormy ocean was too big. Fortunately, the Moonlight treasure ship was not slow. In addition, the route from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island was painstakingly explored by many people. The journey was relatively safe. Therefore, they did not spend too much time. Even so, it took them 3 days to arrive at the harbor of the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island. Ling Xiao and Shangguanhong did not waste these 3 days. They had been cultivating and sparring on the ship. Chapter 14-17. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao's improvement was limited, but Shangguanhong was enlightened because of Ling Xiao's help. Not only did his cultivation rise quickly, he also became more proficient in various battle techniques. It had to be said that Shangguanhong was also a genius. Although he was not as good as Ling Xiao, he was definitely one of the top talents in the Divine Phoenix continent. Not long ago, he had just broken through to the second Grotto Heaven realm. After experiencing a few life and death battles, he had benefited greatly. Now, his cultivation was already showing signs of another breakthrough. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. Every day, thousands of people arrived at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island to travel or do business. So Ling Xiao and Shangguanhong did not attract too much attention. After they arrived on the island, Ling Xiao released the battle wolf from the beast ring. After that, the two of them spent nearly 2 hours to reach the edge of the primitive forest. The towering black volcano was very eye-catching. That volcano doesn't seem to be right. Ling Xiao looked at the black volcano. Thick smoke was spewing out from the mouth of the volcano, and strange loud noises were erupting. It seemed like it could erupt again at any time. The black volcano has been like this for nearly a year. The granny in charge of taking care of my junior sister has sent me many letters to hurry up and think of a solution. Otherwise, Ghost Mountain Villa will be destroyed and my junior sister will be in danger. There's actually someone who dares to take care of your junior sister in Ghost Mountain Villa. This person is also quite good to you. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. That person was originally saved by my master once. After that, she has been in charge of sending some eggs, goat's milk, and the like to the sect. It can be said that without Rainbow Mountain Villa, her family would have starved to death. Shangguanhong said, "This person is grateful for the sect's kindness, so she is willing to send food and drinks to my junior sister every day. This way, I can escape and go to the Divine Phoenix Empire to cultivate. After all, the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island does not care about martial artists of my level. They obviously misjudged you. Although your cultivation was not that great, your talent is not bad." Ling Xiao said. "No, they are disdainful because the young martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island are all very talented." Shangguanhong shook her head. "You're just a frog in a well." Ling Xiao mocked. "The 5 Immortal Islands have probably been isolated from the world for too long and only cared about internal strife. Although I haven't been to any of the 5 Immortal Islands, and this is my first time coming to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Islands, I have seen people like Danqing, Yu Tianya, Sword Demon, and others. Their aptitudes are no better than yours. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, brotherling of course." Shangguanhong felt very comfortable in his heart. How could he not be happy to be praised like this? "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go." Ling Xiao looked at the black volcano that was billowing with black smoke. He reckoned that he was in luck this time. With such a phenomenon, something special would definitely happen. Although these things might not be safe for him, it was worth the risk. "Yes." Shangguanhong nodded and followed behind Ling Xiao. "After we reach the Mansion of Spirits, I will help you save your junior sister. After that, you can leave first. I will go to the entrance of the black volcano alone." Ling Xiao said as he hurried along. "Brother Ling, you still have to reconsider. I'm not lying to you. The primitive forests of the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island are not the slightest bit inferior to the Dragon Submission Mountain range of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. There are many dangers inside, and even Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists wouldn't dare to say that they can safely enter and leave. Shang Guanhong reminded, "Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have come." Ling Xiao was born with the instinct to take risks. Of course, the most important thing was that this place could allow his cultivation to improve greatly once again. After all, the entire Divine Phoenix continent was in turmoil, and undercurrents were surging. He, Ling Xiao, had made many enemies. The Peacock race, the Great Peng race, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Phoenix Cry Infinity, the Council of Elders, the Righteous Court, the Permitha Immortal Island, and so on. There were no weaklings among his enemies. Even though his current cultivation wasn't low, and his strength was definitely top-notch among his peers. However, it was still very dangerous. He needed a higher level of cultivation and greater strength. Although helping Shang Guanhong save her junior sister was one of the reasons, the more important reason was still the legend of the ancient golden crow here. There was no end to cultivation, not to mention that he was still far from it. Sword Dao had just entered the realm of heavy sword without edge, and had yet to step into the apex. Although he comprehended the strange state of controlling heaven and earth, it was extremely unstable, and he needed to work harder to familiarize himself with and maintain this state. If he could maintain it for a long time, he would be able to handle even elites with ease. Spectre Mountain Villa was regarded as a terrifying forbidden area. However, there were many people who came here recently. When Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong arrived at the entrance of Spectre Mountain Villa, they saw that the Mountain Villa's gate had already been sealed. Several martial artists stood guard there, looking alert. Dozens of meters away from the Mountain Villa's gate, a woman in her 50s was pacing back and forth, looking very nervous. "Granny Lin, why are you here? What happened in the Mountain Villa?" Shang Guanhong walked over when she saw this person. Ling Xiao could tell from his words that this person was the one in charge of delivering food and water to Shang Guanhong's junior sister. "Oh, young hero Shang Guan, you're back. Something big has happened." "What's wrong?" "They've sealed Spectre Mountain Villa. I can't go in at all. It's already the third day. I'm really afraid that something will happen to Miss Linger." Granny Lin was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Bastard!" Shang Guanhong glanced at the guards in front of the gate. Although their strength was not bad, they were just some celestial realm martial artists. If something happened to his junior sister, he would tear these people apart. "Granny Lin, give me the food and go back first. I've brought a powerful helper this time. He can definitely save my junior sister. You don't have to go through so much trouble in the future." He turned back and said in a gentle voice. Granny Lin looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully, as if she did not believe that such a young man was the so-called powerful figure. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. When Shang Guanhong was talking to Granny Lin, he had already walked towards Spectre Mountain Villa. "Stop!" The martial artists at the gate of the villa shouted loudly. "Get out of the way," Ling Xiao said indifferently, "or you'll get hurt." "Ha ha ha, this kid has gone crazy. Get out of here. Spectre Mountain Villa is now our Great Whale Sect. If you want to go in, you can, but you have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The leading martial artist laughed loudly. Obviously, he did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Great Whale Sect? The sect that leaked information to Zhong Yu and Huang Quan and sealed the exit of our Rainbow Mountain Villa? Shang Guanhong also walked over at this time. He was furious and sent out a palm strike. A 7-colored light flashed, and the living people at the gate turned into corpses. Another Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The nearby martial artists who were about to enter Spectre Mountain Villa were shocked when they saw Shang Guanhong attack. They did not expect that this small Spectre Mountain Villa, when it was prosperous, only had one Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Now that it was destroyed, several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists came one after another. Chapter 14:18. Stepping into the Mansion of Spirits, Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely strong aura rushing towards him. Sword Essence. and it was an extremely cold and gloomy sword essence. He exchanged a look with Shang Guanhong. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. That sword essence seems to be coming from the place where my junior sister is trapped, Shang Guanhong said after closing his eyes and sensing for a while. Do you know what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure. When I was here before, I didn't have this feeling. Shang Guanhong shook his head. In that case, let's go take a look first. Ling Xiao finished speaking and walked forward. But a female warrior in her 20s stopped them. What are you doing? Shang Guanhong frowned. He was in a hurry to save his junior sister, so he was not in a good mood. Please don't misunderstand. I just saw that the two of you were going to the source of the sword essence, so I came to warn you. That place is very dangerous. Previously, 2 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors tried to enter that place and died. Perhaps the female warrior had seen Shang Guanhong's performance just now, or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong were handsome young heroes, so she was more enthusiastic. She continued, if the two of you want to comprehend the sword essence, you don't have to enter that place. You can comprehend it anywhere in the Mansion of Spirits, just a little weaker. Of course, it would be best if you could obtain the wandering soul of the sword essence. It's a pity that the wandering souls of the sword intent can only be captured when they are near the source of the sword intent. That place has already been taken over by the Giant Whale sect and other experts. The only reason we can cultivate here is because we have bribed the Giant Whale sect. Thank you for your guidance. Mississippi, don't worry. You will definitely obtain the wandering soul of the sword essence. Ling Xiao smiled. He had always been a person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring and return enmity 10 times, 100 times over. His greatest strength was probably his clear distinction between gratitude and enmity. As he spoke, Ling Xiao walked forward, and Shang Guanhong followed closely behind. The two of you are crazy. Didn't you hear me? That place is occupied by the Giant Whale sect and other experts. You have to be at least at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm to be qualified. The female warrior exclaimed. Ling Xiao didn't answer, but continued to walk forward. This gloomy sword intent felt very special. Every time his cultivation increased by a level, he would be able to advance a little further. The place Shang Guanhong finally arrived at was where some 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were. There were also sword intent wandering souls here, but there were fewer of them. Shangguan, you stay here and cultivate. Leave your junior sister to me. Be careful. Although Shang Guanhong wanted to follow Ling Xiao, he knew that he did not have the strength to do so. Moreover, these sword intent wandering souls were very useful for cultivation. Even if one wasn't a swordsman, one could still benefit from them. Therefore, it was actually better for him to stay and cultivate. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward. At that moment, the female warrior was completely dumbfounded. She was also a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, but she had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven Realm. Originally, she thought that Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong's cultivation were on par with her. Who knew that Shang Guanhong's cultivation was actually comparable to a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? As for the other person, it was even more terrifying. He could actually continue to walk forward? Finally, Ling Xiao arrived at the place closest to the sword intent source. There were the fewest people here. Including Ling Xiao, there were only a total of 5 people. 2 of them were obviously a couple. They both looked to be in their 50s or 60s. The other 2 were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Their expressions were cold, as if they were unapproachable. Seeing Ling Xiao slowly walking over, those people all revealed looks of astonishment. After all, Ling Xiao looked too young. And this place, without a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, it was impossible to reach. Because they could not withstand the terrifying sword intent, Ling Xiao nodded and smiled at them as a greeting. Then, he continued to walk forward. It was only when he felt that he could not go any further that he finally sat down. Everyone knew that the closer one was to the sword intent source, the higher the possibility of obtaining sword intent wandering souls, and the better the effect of cultivation. Ever since I arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire, my sword intent has been stuck at the minor accomplishment realm. This time, I have to properly improve it. Ling Xiao sat there and could feel the sword intent in his body stirring. A swordsman's battle intent was sword intent. Everyone had battle intent, but before it reached minor accomplishment, it could only have a deterrent effect on the enemy and could not cause substantial damage. And after battle intent reached minor accomplishment, it would cause substantial damage. For example, Ling Xiao's sword intent was at the first level of minor accomplishment. This level of sword intent could increase one's attack or defense by 1/10, and could also cause mental pressure on the opponent. In other words, when minor accomplishment sword intent was cultivated to the extreme of the 9th level, it could increase one's attack or defense by 1/10. Don't underestimate that little increase. If your attack and defense base were high enough, your advantage would become very big. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao's sword always seemed to be stronger than his peers. But minor accomplishment sword intent was obviously too weak. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with this. He had no chance to improve it before. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to improve his sword intent as much as possible. In this way, he would have a greater advantage when facing the enemy. He closed his eyes, felt the surging sword intent released from the source point, and began to meditate. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's sword intent was promoted from the first level of minor accomplishment to the second level of minor accomplishment. But he did not show any excitement. This speed was too slow. Whether it was sword intent or martial arts cultivation, the cultivation speed would be slower as time went by. Unless there was a special opportunity, it would be very difficult to make a breakthrough. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had obtained all kinds of benefits through all kinds of adventures. Although the sword intent here was powerful, it was too scattered and messy. There were even some vicious battle intents that were causing trouble. Although the speed was much faster than outside, it could not be compared with the wandering soul of sword intent. The so-called wandering soul of sword intent was actually a kind of martial soul condensed by pure sword intent. With the wandering soul of sword intent, one did not need to worry about anything else and only needed to cultivate. That way, the speed of improvement would be much faster. After 2 hours, Yichen finally woke up from his meditative state. This is not good. They all say that wandering soul of sword intent will appear here. How can it appear? Ling Xiao desperately wanted to improve his strength, so he was not satisfied with his current speed. With his current level of sword intent, he could not even enter the place where Shang Wanhong was trapped. How could he save her? If he wanted to save her, his sword intent would have to be at least at great accomplishment. There were 9 levels of minor accomplishment sword intent. After 9 levels, it was great accomplishment sword intent. Chapter 14:19. Because he was eager to improve his sword essence, Ling Xiao tried to release his sword essence to find the source. When his sword essence rushed deeper, it immediately encountered a terrible obstruction. A powerful sword essence broke out, scaring Ling Xiao so much that he hurriedly withdrew his sword essence. It was too terrible. That was probably the great success sword essence. Its power was really terrible. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the 4 people who were cultivating with their eyes closed suddenly stand up and look in the direction of the source excitedly. In the direction of the source, there was a burst of sword whistling, as if something was about to come out. Was it the sword essence wandering soul? Ling Xiao thought about it. Apart from the sword essence wandering soul, he really could not think of anything else that could make those people ecstatic. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao was perplexed, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Within the pitch-black space, a resplendent sword ray shot out. That was the sword essence wandering soul. Although Ling Xiao had never seen a sword intent wandering soul before, he could feel that the sword light contained an incomparably powerful sword intent. It possessed an extremely terrifying attack power. It was impossible to stop it unless one was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. If one tried to stop it forcibly, they might be hurt. Get out of my way. That thing is mine. Because Ling Xiao was the closest to the sword essence wandering soul, it was more likely that he would get it. At this moment, among the 4 people, a middle-aged man in his 30s with short green hair shouted and rushed over. He attacked Ling Xiao with one hand and grabbed the sword essence wandering soul with the other. Young people nowadays don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Let us have this sword essence, wandering soul. The couple in their 50s suddenly jumped up from both sides. One of them stopped Green Hair, and the other stopped Ling Xiao. Green Hair's hand that was going to attack Ling Xiao also turned to attack the old woman. Haha, you guys make trouble. The sword essence, wandering soul, is mine. The last middle-aged man sneered. This guy was about 40 years old, and his head was bald as if it had been smeared with oil. Although it looked rather shabby, its speed was not slow at all. In an instant, it overtook the 4 people in front of it and caught the sword intent wandering soul. Although the sword intent wandering soul was very strong, however, against these martial artists who had reached the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, there was no way they could resist. At this moment, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His figure suddenly flashed, like a dragon's shadow, breaking through the obstruction in an instant and grabbing the sword intent wandering soul in his hand. What? How can this kid's movement technique be so good? Damn it. We've been waiting here for almost 2 days, but he actually beat us to it. Where did this stinking brat come from? Doesn't he know the rules? The 4 of them naturally didn't look too good. Although it was said that the probability of sword intent wandering souls appearing near the source was higher, it didn't always appear. They had been waiting here for a long time. Now that they had finally arrived, they were taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. How could they be happy? Kid, hand over the sword intent wandering soul, or you can forget about leaving this mansion of spirits. The green-haired man said angrily. Why should I? Ling Xiao retorted. Everyone is relying on their own abilities. Do I have to give it to you if I get it? Then if you get it, will you give it to me too? Cut the crap. This place is already occupied by our giant whale sect. No matter who gets the sword intent wandering soul, they have to give it to us. The green-haired man said again. In other words, you don't intend to reason with us. You're going to rob us? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Kid, it's good that you know what's good for you. Hand it over obediently, and you might have a chance. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life. The green-haired man roared arrogantly. Won't be able to keep my life? Then you can try. At this time, he naturally couldn't show weakness. If he gave the sword intent wandering soul to the other party, wouldn't he get nothing? If there was a first time, there would definitely be a second time. People bullied the weak and feared the strong. He believed that the green-haired man wouldn't dare to speak to the other 3 people like that. The reason he was so arrogant was that he thought he was young and easy to bully. You're courting death. The green-haired man was furious. His figure flashed, and a thick iron rod appeared in his hand. He smashed it down towards Ling Xiao's head. With this smash, the domain's origin energy condensed on the iron rod. There was actually the sound of wind and thunder. Oh no! The female martial artist standing far away could see what was happening here. She didn't know what Ling Xiao and the green-haired man were talking about. But when she saw the green-haired man suddenly attacking Ling Xiao, she knew something was wrong. She was very clear about the green-haired man's strength. In the giant whale sect, he was definitely ranked in the top 5. A 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Xiao was so young. How could he be a match for the green-haired man? Shang Guanhong didn't look over here. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Ling Xiao dared to use force. This meant that he wasn't afraid of his opponent. He clearly remembered that Gentleman Sword Yu Tianya was also a martial artist of this level. Wasn't he scared off by Ling Xiao? This green-haired man, in terms of strength, was even inferior to Yu Tianya. So he didn't need to worry. Young man, you're young and full of yourself. What a pity. That old man shook his head, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. After all, it wasn't easy to reach this level of cultivation. But he just had to offend that green-haired man here. Offending the giant whale sect was practically courting death. We've seen many of these little fellows. They often have an insufferably arrogant appearance. But once the battle starts, they'll be completely exposed. That old woman also shook her head. She was a little disdainful of Ling Xiao's brashness. Humph, it's good that he's dead. One less competitor. The bald man snorted coldly, standing there to watch the show. Ah, a miserable scream suddenly sounded. A figure was directly sent flying. After more than 10 meters, he fell to the ground. A mouthful of teeth flew out, scattering on the ground. What? That old couple, the bald man, the female martial artist, and many other martial artists who were watching the show all widened their eyes in shock. They originally thought that the one at a disadvantage would be Ling Xiao, but the one sent flying was that green-haired man. Green-haired man's mouth was full of blood. Almost all of his teeth had fallen out. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at green-haired man and said, with your strength, you're really ashamed to 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. I really don't know how you cultivated to this level. Then, he looked at the other 3 and said, there should be a lot of wandering souls of sword intent. Let's all rely on our own abilities. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If any of you make me unhappy, I'll take away the wandering souls of sword intent that you said you have. Ling Xiao's aura was domineering and arrogant. He didn't give these seniors any face at all. He gave them face. If they didn't want it, then he would have to be even more ruthless. The old couple looked at each other, then nodded, tacitly agreeing to Ling Xiao's suggestion. Let's rely on our own abilities. I have no objections. The bald man also said. In fact, they could all feel that the number of wandering souls of sword intent released this time was much more than before. There was really no need to make an enemy of a super genius like Ling Xiao for a single wandering soul of sword intent. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.